So it's, it's not going to change any of the previous rulings about what various experts can testify to. All right, motion in limine 65. Let me look at the response again real fast. I printed those out, but I didn't bring them with me this morning. So give me a second. Actually, I think they're arriving right now. So the contours of Investigator Viverito's permissible testimony have already been established as well. And so we won't be changing the ruling on that either. And then we've got motion limine 66, which concerns Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Kwan, and neither side really should be able to say. It seems that the defense wants to bar the state from being able to say the defense didn't call this witness at trial, which obviously they concede they have no right to do and say they have no intention of doing, and they would not be permitted to do such. But at the kind of flip side of the same coin, the defense seems to maybe be suggesting that they would like to present that the state could have but did not call that witness. And I would not permit that either, because we're clearly nowhere near, unfortunately, the end of the state's case. And obviously, Mr. Lamar has now passed, and so we don't know whether they would have called that witness or not. So I wouldn't permit the defense to make that kind of a presentation either. So I trust that everybody understands what they would not be permitted to do. And then we have, yes, sir.
Speak to that for a moment.
Yeah.
Good day, Your Honor, and good day, everyone.
Good morning.
So I understand your ruling, obviously abides by it, but what I'd like the record then to show, if you don't find this to be changing, the state sent us lists of witnesses on a short list that they were going to call Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Kwan. This was well before September 5, 2024, when he, God forbid, passed unexpectedly. So to me, and the state has put in evidence over objection that starting in the fall of 2014, Mr. Lamar and Jeffrey Williams don't get along, and Mr. Lamar is with Mr. Donovan Thomas, who doesn't get along with Jeffrey Williams. And it's all, to me, it's all made up. It's not supported. Obviously, the jury can make that determination. But I think that it is important that the state, in writing, put the predecessor court, as well as the Mr. Williams et al., on notice that they were going to call Mr. Lamar. They filed their service of a subpoena, and they don't call him to support this, supposed beef. And I can't do anything about his prior statements now because it would be frivolous under 24-8-807, which is rarely used. It's frowned upon, and it has to have the same guarantees as a dying declaration or something. It's not like that. He gave interviews throughout all the years talking about his close relationship with Jeffrey Williams. And if you let that in, that's great with me. But I'm assuming you're not going to let it in, so I wasn't going to try to get it in because I don't think that that's a dying declaration type of statement. So I'm stuck. So I would like the jurors to know that unfortunately he passed, and the state stated that they would call him as a witness and subpoenaed him. And if the state has reasons that they didn't call him, that's fine. I understand I'm opening a door, but that's why I put it in writing. That's my motion.
All right. Well, I mean, if the state's case were over with, then that would be a different argument, but it is not as though the state's witness list has stayed in anything like any semblance of order during this trial. So, I mean, I don't think that if you can get a concession out of the state that they weren't going to call him even if he stayed alive, that would also be different. But I don't think that we've got that situation.
I understand the ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we have this issue of the state wanting the court to reconsider its ruling striking whatever day that was, that one day of the detective's testimony and the defense response. And I believe, and Mr. Armstrong, I see you standing because you might want to argue, but I think that the waiver argument that is presented in the defense response is meritorious. I think that the arguments that the state made after that they were waived because they certainly were not made at the point in time when I could have done something about it. But in addition, the state last week ended up calling a different detective and investigator, Detective Underwood, who's on the stand essentially right now in the midst of her testimony and seems to be covering the same things that the other investigator was covering anyway. So it doesn't even seem, it seems like this whole issue is moot. You may be.
May it please the court, Kevin Armstrong for the state. First of all, the contemporaneous objection rule, which was cited by the defense, which is the waiver argument that Your Honor referred to, is one about preserving an issue for appellate review. It is not about a court who can reconsider their rulings during trial. One of the issues that is here is that the court precluded the state from calling that individual back to testify about other things. And that's one of the things that the state filed the motion for reconsideration to avoid. And so the state is asking that for other issues and for whatever issues that have not already been addressed, the state be allowed to recall Detective Dennis to testify about other matters that were not the offending statement, which the court appropriately excluded from evidence. And one of the things the defense brought up in their response was confrontation. I want to make it absolutely clear that there was no intention in the motion for reconsideration to have state's evidence in that they didn't get the right to confront. And so that was not part of the issue. But the issue isn't only the testimony that was struck from that day, it was his future testimony, precluding him from testifying in the future. And while there are other means to get in some of the testimony, I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through Detective Dennis. And so essentially it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to, because she was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, could testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to a statement regarding defendant Kendrick, in which Investigator Underwood was not present for that interview. And so he testified to that. He also testified further regarding the Quindarius Zachary interview, in which Investigator Underwood was not privy to that interview as well. Additionally, Your Honor, he was able to introduce several additional exhibits to include the Magic City video that will not be able to come in through Investigator Underwood. And I believe those are the three primary things that Investigator Dennis was able to testify to previously that was struck that Investigator Underwood would not be able to introduce during her testimony. In course indulgence for one moment.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Steele, I guess you sort of led the charge on this, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to the state's position that the court's decision to strike and prevent further testimony of this witness isn't a remedy that is permitted to the court by statute or the Constitution, and understanding that if this were reconsidered, the state would be, I mean, the defense would be permitted to cross-examine?
So I believe that you have the authority, jurisdiction, and power to prevent a witness from testifying when that witness shows that they are not capable of providing a fair trial and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton asked retired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car, his initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, you know, that affects Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority to impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 U.S. 337, it's 1970. What happened there, and the U.S. Supreme Court took down, that was an accused right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what their conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case, I just found it amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal 4th, 828, 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client's or Mr. Navarrete's statement. The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, you know, I'm demanding, what are you doing? And the prosecutor said, I didn't know that that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Miss Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I have no information that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck. The direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state in California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted, and the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There is no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison 5 weeks earlier? What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you are going to say, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
You may.
There was a defense attorney who raised their hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to be very brief because I don't think what I'm going to add is truly what Your Honor is looking for. But
Jay Apt, Your Honor, good morning, on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, and I'll try to be extremely brief. Your Honor decided this issue in lieu of granting a mistrial, and one of the things I want to remind the court, really I'm just here to remind the court, is one of the reasons for this sanction, Your Honor, is because of, and I'm not pointing fingers at any particular district attorney, but the state's repeated unpreparedness, their repeated discovery abuses. And so this is a compound issue. And I think my perception is that the court finally had to say, okay, we're not granting a mistrial, but we got to do something. And if you now go back on that decision and reverse your own decision, you are essentially creating an incentive for the state to continue these, I'll call them mishaps, whether they're negligent or intentional. And I think the court has sent a clear and convincing message to the state that they need to be buttoned up, more buttoned up than they have been. And so I would ask the court, certainly the court has the authority, and Mr. Steele's done a very good job of explaining that, but I would ask the court to uphold its own decision to send that loud and clear message. Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with Mr. Apt to the point that I would like the court to uphold the determination that the court made, which was that it was not an intentional, willful act, as Mr. Steele has argued. I want to address both of the two cases that he referred to, Illinois versus Allen. One of the issue in Illinois versus Allen was a defendant who refused to act with decorum and was excluded from the courtroom, but was permitted to come in the courtroom if he was going to behave correctly. And so it went specifically to the offensive behavior for as long as the offensive behavior went on. We are asking the court to, the court appropriately struck the testimony that was at issue. We are asking the court to go further with other testimony that was not the offending testimony. Now, People versus Navarrete is the only case the defense has cited to suggest that this specific remedy was permitted. That is a nationwide search in People versus Navarrete, Navarrete, is the only one that they were able to cite. And that is materially different in a number of ways. Number one, the facts are wildly different. The officer in the case was mad at the judge for excluding a statement that the officer had obtained, and actually had told people that when the prosecutor found out, told the judge after the fact, when they found out, that the officer had basically said he was going to do this because he was mad at the judge and would show the judge what for. That is not anything what happened here. And the reason that the appellate court in California decided that a mistrial was necessary in that circumstance was because of the specific evidence in that case, which is basically three things. You had a witness testifying the defendant had committed lewd acts against them. You had somebody testify they took about, I think it was a dozen or more swabs relevant to that. And then you had the officer testify, oh, I didn't think it was relevant to get the swabs because of the statement the defendant made that I can't talk about. The officer specifically said that because it would prejudice the defendant. And those are the circumstances in which it would, in fact, be incapable for a court to take that away. I would note before I go on to my main point about People versus Navarrete is that the California appellate court stated, we note that a trial court can almost always cure the prejudice of an improperly volunteered statement by granting a motion to strike and charging the jury with an appropriate curative instruction. This court did exactly that. It was just the exact facts, how thin the state's case was on that issue, on basically the entire case. And the reason for it was why they decided a mistrial was necessary on appeal. More importantly, this is the case that they cite that says the remedy of preventing Detective Dennis from testifying further. This is the case that they use for that proposition. At no point in this decision does the appellate court address the legality of that. They simply don't do it. It is not addressed whether that was a legal remedy to occur. It's not something that stands for the proposition that the defense is citing it for, which is that the remedy to prevent Detective Dennis from testifying further is appropriate. And so they have not pointed to any statutory or constitutional authority, and under Rule 402, the exclusion of evidence can exist outside of that in the state of Georgia. Now, I'm sure, let me just strike that. So we're just asking that the detective be able to testify further in the case when the prosecution team determines that he is the person who's best able to testify to facts that are relevant for the jury's consideration.
All right, thank you. So I don't think that the facts in the California case are really that different than the facts here. Frankly, I think that an argument could very plausibly be made that the detective in this case was upset with somebody about his qualifications having been challenged and had made a decision that he was going to show somebody what he thought about that. I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think, like I said before, that the detective absolutely knew better than to have said what he said and did it anyway. And I have given consideration to everything that has been presented, but I am not going to change my decision about this. All right. I think that the next thing that we had to do was sort out the remainder of what we're calling the Ryan evidence. So if y'all want to present what you've come to agreement on and what still needs to be litigated. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. And one small matter that's in this act we can address
Okay.
is in the CAD report. Okay. Never mind, Your Honor. Counsel and I have been discussing stuff in frequently. So
Yeah, I know.
I will turn to all that's left to my understanding is the last little bit of Blaylock's Instagram.
Okay. And do y'all want to give me some kind of, I don't know if it's written or whatever, indicator of what y'all have agreed to, or just put it on the record, or what's in, what's out?
Your Honor, I'm trying to think.
Or I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume y'all are on the same page about it and will abide by whatever it is you agreed to.
Your Honor, I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on,
Okay.
besides what it is we need to discuss this morning.
Okay. All right. And so what is it that needs to get discussed this morning?
This morning, Judge, we're going back to content in Mr. Damone Blaylock's. Instagram messages between him and third unknown parties. Your Honor had asked me to take a look as far as co-conspirator hearsay.
Okay.
From what I can tell, every instance I've found requires evidence really from the outside, that basically you could ignore this entire statement and there's still something to indicate participation in the conspiracy. I don't have any sort of law stating one way or another that that is what is required. I would just point back to the statute, Your Honor, that I think what Your Honor had referred to, I would say kind of are indicia of reliability, that they're talking about things that a person who's a member of the conspiracy would know about. And just simply, that's not what's articulated in the statute. If it was supposed to be indicia, then I think we would be there. But that's not what the statute requires. So I don't think that would be sufficient. I think it truly does have to be from outside of that hearsay statement.
All right. And is there further argument from the state on that? And I know there was one, and there might have been two that we had already looked at that were kind of outstanding. And I had given a preliminary ruling subject to further argument on this. And the second one, I think I already brought up, and I don't know, Ms. Abbasi, if you were here that day, but that I didn't think there was enough, so I have excluded that. But the other one, does the state have any further argument or authority on that?
So, Your Honor, I don't have, the state's argument was in looking at 801 D2E, just the basic building blocks of if the court finds through the four walls of a statement, evidence in trial, or some other evidence the state would present. Ultimately, it is the court has to find that that other party, whoever they are, to a preponderance, are part of the same conspiracy against who it's being used against. And I will use, I don't have a specific case for this principle, but I think it illustrates this point the state is making, is if you take aside a gang conspiracy, say you had a murder committed and the defendant's phone, they get a search warrant, they extract it, and he is messaging someone after the murder that you do not know who they are. And he says, I need you to go to my house. The murder weapon's in my back bedroom in the second drawer. And they respond back, yep, the police, I can hear the sirens coming down the street right now. I'm going to go grab that gun. Where do you want me to take it to? And they have this whole conversation. You don't never know who he's speaking with. By my reading of, or an understanding of co-conspirator, that conversation, if you had it in that trial and we're trying to introduce it, I believe a court could find from the four walls, so to speak, of that conversation that that person they're speaking with to a preponderance is a co-conspirator. And by that same analogy, if you have in the conversation that the unknown party, so to speak, whether it's their Instagram handle, the fact that they're referencing specific individuals, or that gang APD detectives have referenced are, say, YSL members, or they're discussing locations, or they're using gang identifiers in a private conversation, coupled with the evidence that hasn't came in yet, because no evidence about Blaylock to the jury has came in, but when APD gang detectives to speak about Blaylock and his Instagram and public and private conversations indicative of his own membership in the YSL criminal street gang, all of those the court can use or not use in making that determination. And so I don't have a seminal case that says you need more than the statement itself. I think oftentimes the statement itself, absent this kind of, in a gang context, there's other information versus when you have just, say, a murder case, you would, other than the factual analogy I just gave to the court, it would probably be hard to decipher. If you just had a single text with an unknown party, you wouldn't know who they are unless it was like the analogy I used. So the state doesn't have any additional case law. I always will cite, because I think it's a seminal case and important for a criminal street gang conspiracy, which all of Blaylock's are, the state's arguments related to them are not tethered to the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're tethered to the YSL criminal street gang. at least the ones that are in dispute, I should say.
All right, so can somebody remind me where it is that we're going to find the statement specifically that we had been paused on before?
Ye-
Don't know if this, I'm sorry, excuse me, I don't know if the state sent to the court a new link or we're
I'm
still on
sure
the
there was
prior
a
one.
link that y'all sent me at some point.
I can create
Over and over again, I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
for a,
The most recent
If,
one, I
if
don't
you want to
know.
just remind me when that was, I could probably find it.
The-
Or what folder it was in.
yes, Your Honor. The initial folder was 9 October centralized motion folder in Dropbox. For efficiency's sake, I can
Okay,
quite quickly create and
that would be
send.
wonderful. A new link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I guess it'll be easy enough to see once we're all looking at it again. But I cannot remember whether in this particular one that we were talking about, there was anything like the other speaker's handle or anything like that that would have been outside of the statement itself. So I guess when we get the link, we can look at that.
And Your Honor, I'm going to try initially to email because Blaylock's Instagram is 28-page PDF. So I think that that should be small enough to send via email.
Okay.
That email has been sent, Your Honor. I utilized the Zoom link email that Ms. Percival had sent. If anyone does not get it, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it was at some point after the 293 one. It may have been the one directly after that.
I
Yeah.
believe we had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 344.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Blaylock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 359.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that starts on
342.
342 and goes through 44?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. And what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of, like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial and is one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions participated in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Kenneth Copeland returning. And also when this Snake Life Maniac, when Blaylock, who's One King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but and the Snake Life Maniac says, I never met the young rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about rock.
Right. But if
Yes, Your Honor.
if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So
The state's understanding and argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this
well, we
individual
know
is
that the
a
statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, that the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of this statement testimony about Pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
your argument?
That's the
And
state's
in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that outside of the statement alone, so that entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and so the next one would be on.
Morning,
page
everybody.
430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry,
one.
yes. Okay, so 359.
So what's highlighted is Blaylock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back, essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, I will, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So y'all withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430.
Mhm.
So the individual that Blaylock is messaging, YSC Prince,
Mm-hmm.
he says he's leaving that YL up to you and me. YL is Young Loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, Young Loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over basically. Let's push up next weekend. The state wanted to include that because of direct reference to Young Loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about Young Loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay, and you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL, and are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here. But if he has not, the state would proffer that Investigator Viverito would discuss that at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence or any-
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So Young Loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over Young Life or Young Loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit, I don't know, far afield.
understood, Your Honor. The state will
Okay,
not
I'm gonna-
utilize
all
430.
right.
And
Okay.
the last one, Your Honor,
Ms. Atkins, do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure, I mean, they're withdrawing it and or I'm excluding it,
Okay.
but so do you need to?
No, I
Okay.
thought it was still up in the air.
All right, so 2145.
and Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Blaylock is discussing, he says, you're not slime. And on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And
sorry.
the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Blaylock on page 447 states, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. the state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Blaylock states, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house to this individual, when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime, that
Mhm.
statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Blaylock definitively stating that he
We love cat. Oh,
brought this individual into a criminal street gang.
we
And he
have
references the
cat.
blue house of just a
That's why
specific
y'all
location to
in the-
remind him where he stamped him
keep
in.
going. I don't
That statement
100 people. Let's get
is
some
a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest.
all positive
And
vibes
the best example of why
for everything.
it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. And if Blaylock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801D2E is because when he's telling someone, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also, the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of, feels that Blaylock's statement, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right. Why? I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against a penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Blaylock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. The I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
Okay, and understand the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation. I don't see I stamped you in. The other person's statement is also 801D2E.
The other person's statements, frankly, are GMFU and you not.
So how did
I mean, I don't
that conversation
think
further the
it
interest?
seems, I don't think it does, but I don't think those statements are being offered for their truth.
That is correct.
All right. All right, so what's the next one?
Your Honor, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bassi or Ms. D. Williams, but all of the remainder of this are conversations we have discussed that are pertaining to the February 23rd, 2019, the day of the murder itself, not gang co-conspirator statements. They're tethered to, they're ones we've discussed of no issues with. Unless
Okay.
defense counsel corrects me.
That's right?
Accurate.
Okay. All right, and so is that it for?
That's the entirety of Mr. Blaylock.
Ryan evidence. All right, and when are we, we discussed before about how we need to get to this kind of grouping of evidence before the end of this month. Is that going to happen?
Your Honor, there is yes, Your Honor, the state, we could reach this case today.
Okay. All right, sounds good then. And then how about the Mr. Arnold scheduling? Is that got nailed down? Okay. All right, because we are waiting on the arrival of a juror, we are going to, at this point, I'll entertain argument on our outstanding issue of whether an overt act not included in the indictment might be able to form the, and this is obviously hypothetical, but we need to sort it out, the sole overt act that a jury finds in support of guilt on count one, the RICO count. So whomever wants to open up that argument. And I know y'all both wrote briefs, but if y'all can brief me, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, I think this was the state's argument for why that would be acceptable.
I think you're right. And it may be that, I don't know if anybody in court right now is ready to argue that, or if y'all need to call Mr. Armstrong back or somebody else from the DA's office. Okay. All right, why don't we take a recess while whomever's going to argue that for the state arrives, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. I have been over here getting the dogs ready. We are on break waiting for a juror. Thank you, Barb, for gifting the memberships. So, guys, we got a lot to talk about. Of course, on lunch, we can rewatch the probation revocation hearing for those of you who missed it. Um, I'm gonna be honest with you. I had to go ahead and take a nap after that. I didn't do much on Friday night. Now Saturday I did get up and we did go to the Georgia game. Go Dogs! Y'all don't kill me. I'm a Georgia girl. So went to the Georgia game, but Friday took me out, and I want to say mainly because, one, I'm a little, biased. I don't think anybody should have took a plea in this case, but I have had clients that have had new violations on probation and get revoked 90 days. So it wasn't the revocation in itself that was alarming. It was the amount of time. Like, why 5 years? And to be honest, guys, I think he will probably do more time than some of the defendants in this case. Well, the other defendants. For that, he should have just stayed in jail. Wild. Very wild. Let's see. Sorry, y'all reading some emails, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know how long we're gonna be waiting on a jury, but I do have court at 10 o'clock. What time is it? At 10 o'clock. So hopefully they come back before then. I gotta go get ready. I started doing my edges. I gotta finish. He has to do all 5. It's my understanding that on probation revocations that you have to serve the time to the door. I don't know. Yeah, this is interesting to me too. I mean, it's like their star witness is sprinkled. So happy Monday. I don't know if the 30% applies to probation revocations. I think that's only when you're doing time on a case. I think for probation revocations, you have to serve it to the door, is my understanding. My whole thing is, I honestly feel like there were so many discrepancies in that plea. Even the attorney acknowledged and said he didn't realize number 9 was in there. And I don't understand how that wasn't even brought up. It wasn't perjury. I honestly don't know how serious his attorney took this. And I honestly can say that I honestly can say that I didn't know, not that I didn't take it serious when I became involved, but I didn't know the magnitude of corruption and unethical behaviors that have been going on. And I don't think that this attorney did either. And I think for those reasons, he may not have taken it as serious as he should have. I mean, because I would have thought that my client was going to jail. There's no way I would have thought that. So I got a very interesting phone call over the weekend, y'all. And I don't take I don't okay. I don't know the I don't know what's the word, validity or the I don't know. I don't know if it was real or not. But someone called me over the weekend and said that they were related to someone in the DA's office who's on this case, and that they told him that a perjury warrant was coming out for Woody this week. I don't know if that's true or not. But someone called me. I said, okay, well, what do you want me to do with this information? And I got off the phone, but that's all I can say. Okay, guys, I got to get ready for court. And my case is number 1 on the calendar, so I should be right back.
Do we have whomever's going to argue for the state yet?
It's Miss Love. I'm just trying to get her ETA, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so in the meantime, do we still need to sort out anything about the evidence that's going to come in with Wooney Lee? Because I see that witness is on our list for this week.
I thought we discussed everything that was in his folder,
Just
Your Honor.
making sure.
I didn't know that we had gone through all of his Instagram posts. I don't know that all of it will be relevant, although it depends on what he says on the stand. I don't know if the state would agree or disagree with that.
Sure. Just want to sort out what we can while we've got time beforehand and not have the jury waiting, because Lord knows they have to wait on us enough as it is. Although today we're waiting on them. Where did Misty Williams go?
Just to the restroom.
Okay, what?
Y'all, I'm on the phone with Miss Jefferson because y'all done went over there and blew her inbox up. Be right back, y'all. Y'all, we never gonna have a full court day. Oh my God, I'm up cleaning up, doing all kind of stuff in court, everything. Every time I'm waiting on it to start back. I'm out of breath, y'all. Okay, I'll be back. I'm looking through, ain't nothing happening. Oh, look. Still nothing. Oh my God, they still not back. What's going on? Oh, Y'all, I'm right here. I'm working. I really, I can't believe that we are 3 hours and 6 minutes in and absolutely nothing has been done. Nothing. So I was gonna play the probation revocation. That was gonna be our lunch break, but maybe I should just play it now. Oh, we're on lunch. Okay. I must have been in court. Sorry. Here we go.
All right. This is a probation revocation matter.
Yes, Judge. State filed a notice of a probation revocation for the defendant as to his violation of the special or a special condition within the sentence that he received from Judge Glanville on December 8th of 2023 as it relates to his reviewing, acknowledging that the factual acknowledgements that were a part of the plea agreement in which he entered into on December 8th of 2023. I have a certified copy of the conviction for your honor with a certified copy of the indictment, as well as a copy of the transcript of the plea that was taken on December 8th of 2023. An exhibit within that plea transcript is the plea agreement, which includes the sections, I believe it's sections 4 and sections 5 of the plea agreement as it relates to the factual acknowledgements that the defendant swore under oath during the plea that he had reviewed, then initialed each one of the factual acknowledgements, and then signed that he again understood and had reviewed each one of the acknowledgements that he initialed as part of the special conditions of his plea, that when called to testify, if called to testify, that the specific factual acknowledgements within the plea agreement were true and accurate statements, and that would be the testimony that he would provide as it relates to his witness testimony during the trial of this case. So I would present to the court State's Exhibits 1 and 2, as well as a USB drive of the defendant's testimony on day 124, 125, 126, and I think 127, Your Honor, but all of the defendant's testimony can be found on State's Exhibit 3. As everyone is aware, Your Honor witnessed it and can take judicial notice of everything that occurred during the testimony in which Mr. Sledge did testify. And I believe the court during, I think it was day 125, helped direct the defendant to sections 4 and 5 of the plea agreement during the testimony for him to focus on and read and to go one by one and acknowledge or disavow is the only word I could really think as to being no longer true, and testifying under oath that he was violating the special conditions of his probation, Your Honor. But this time I would tender State Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 for the court.
All right, I'm not quite sure I understand what 3 is.
3 is a USB drive with all of the testimony of the defendant. If Your Honor wants to preview it or wants to be part of the record.
Is that from the official transcript?
Well, it's the YouTube link, the live stream of all of the.
Okay, I'll just take judicial notice of it. I mean, if you want to make an exhibit, that's fine, but I'm not going to be relying on that.
So-
Since, as you know, it's only the official transcript that is the official transcript anyway, but I was here and witnessed it, so I will take judicial notice of it.
Yes, and I'm very much aware of that. The transcript obviously is not ready as we're still in the midst of the trial. I
Right.
didn't want to overwhelm the court reporter who has been doing nothing but probably working hardest out of everyone in the courtroom. So I knew Your Honor
All right.
could take judicial notice. or
Thank you.
rewatch it. Can I approach this?
You may. And can you try to use a mic, please?
Yes, Your
Can I, they go to the court reporter.
Nothing further from the state at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wright,
Your Honor, may I remain seated or?
it's probably easy. You can. It's probably easier to hear you
Okay.
that way.
Okay, I think I'm on. Your Honor, if it'll please the court, I believe, and I already sent to the court defendants 1 through 6. Defendants 1 through 5, I believe, were already, I think my emails between myself and Ms. Love came into evidence during our testimony.
Came into evidence in the trial of the defendants that are on trial right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
So those are sort of resubmissions
Okay.
of those, but I do think they're already before the court, or the court can potentially take judicial notice of that.
What is your exhibit 6? I think I
Well,
only got 5.
Exhibit 6 is the one thing, and that's just a listing of my emails in December between
Oh,
myself.
that's
and
this
Ms.
one
Love.
page?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't have an exhibit marker on it.
I'm sorry,
So
Judge.
that's fine.
And, so succinctly, I thought it best to submit these exhibits. When you look at exhibits 1,
And
2,
those are admitted for purposes of this record, which is the probation revocation matter.
thank you, Judge. When you look at exhibits 1 and 2, what you see going on is plea negotiations in this case started on December 27th between myself and Ms. Love. You can see it's in the evening hours, and that's one reason I wanted to make sure that the sort of the cover page along with the attachment are part of these exhibits. At approximately 4:57 p.m. is when the email first comes in from Ms. Love. You see that a second one, defendants 2, comes in at 5:06 p.m. And at some point I respond. Those are the only 2 exhibits or the 2 drafts which occur on the 27th. However, it's important to note that when you see the response that I send to the email at 5:06, I send that response at 8:42. And I point out specific issues with the draft that need to be revised.
Right. Yeah, and I
Now,
recall we discussed this during the trial of this, the ongoing trial as well.
yes, Your Honor. And the point I won't belabor it is these revisions you actually see being put into the drafts. So by the time you see defendants 3 and defendants 4, they note that there's attachments updated to. You see that those very revisions that we requested are being put into the actual drafts. And ultimately, it was defendant's exhibit 4 that if you look on defendant 6, when the email comes in, it says, use this one. That is the agreement that we thought we were executing on the 28th. And remind you, on the 28th, we're in court. This isn't where I'm at my office. I can print it out, look at it, take it to the client like we did on the 27th. On the 28th,
On the 28th, both you and Mr. Sledge are in person
we're
in this courthouse, right?
correct. So the emails, if you notice, I never respond because I'm here. I'm in person.
Right.
So we would get it and via phone, or if they would give me a draft, to take to him, I would literally go from the conference room back to the holding area. We would go through it, go over it. But the one that we thought was going to be the executed final was the same one that they said on defendants 4, use this.
But are you testifying now, or are you just recalling
Well,
for me the testimony from previously during this ongoing trial?
I am asking the court to take judicial notice.
I will take judicial notice of what both you and Mr. Sledge testified to in the trial. I recall it.
Understood. So ultimately, the last thing that I think we mentioned in our testimony was where we did take issue with some things. We said he'll have a chance to answer the question and to explain. Now, there was a big problem, and I noted in my testimony that number 8 on that version that got signed had been taken out, removed. All of a sudden it reappears and it's there. My client initialed it. Yes, it was tendered. But ultimately, here's the problem. My client has always said he does not know who's responsible for shooting the victim, who he never was a participant or heard about planning the murder of the victim. And therefore, number 8 was put into evidence by Ms. Love to the court when it was a knowing statement. She knew that statement was false. That is.
I'm not sure about that. That may be your contention, but.
Well, we would contend to the court that where my actual email defendants 2 clearly denoted that.
It does not. It is up for debate what that denotes.
It is removed from all the drafts and then ends up back in.
That is true.
So.
But your response on your defendant's exhibit 2 to what is then item number 4 does not definitively state anything like what you just said. He said he did not know, as we discussed at the time of the ongoing trial, could have been interpreted in several different ways. But I understand what you're saying.
And just so
you maintain that the 2 of you both missed the fact that you signed, or your client signed, a factual acknowledgement that included item number 8.
Correct.
And then when Ms. Love read it out orally in the court, and Mr. Sledge, one by one, said, yes, I acknowledge that somehow that didn't occur to you at that point in time either. So I understand what the assertion is. Here's the thing. You seem to be focused almost wholly, if not wholly, on, well, maybe there was a mistake with regard to factual assertion number 8. The issue that I see is that the state has not limited their petition to revoke probation to he contradicted or he refused to acknowledge during the trial that item number 8. It is the entirety of disavowing factual acknowledgements, etc. And what got disavowed under oath in this trial was far more than just item number 8. It was item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, item number 6, item number 7, item number 8, item number 9, item number 16, and then the part 5. Sentencing acknowledgements, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and the paragraph underneath asserting that he's read and that they're true and that he understands that he's had an opportunity to discuss it and he voluntarily enters into it, et cetera, et cetera. So even if we entirely disregard item number 8 of the factual acknowledgements, there are still however many other ones that added up to that the state is still relying upon. And I don't see how you get around, and maybe you have a way to get around the rest of it, and I'm certainly willing to listen, but that one thing is sworn to in open court on December 28th of 2022, and then something diametrically opposite of that is sworn to under oath back on September 5th of this year.
I understand your concerns, Judge. One of the things that we traveled on after taking the plea was he would be able to explain his answers if he had issues.
Can I ask you a question about that? Is there anywhere in the guilty plea agreement in sentencing of your client in December of 2022 where you reserve that, where anybody, the state, the defense, or the court puts on the record that that's part of the understanding?
It is not in the written plea agreement, no.
All right.
However, in evaluating my client for the purpose of this hearing, I don't think the state is denying that that is something that it was understood. Understanding it's not in the written plea agreement, but it was understood. And the other thing to also take note of, my client, when asked to make himself available, to meet with the state, to be prepared by the state, at all times would show up and do that. He was never provided or questioned it with any details such as, here, let's go over your plea agreement, these factual allegations, what questions may be asked. In other words, what you saw at trial was someone who was now, after what was that, December of 22, was now for the first time being drilled or asked questions rather as to the specifics of all the things that he had allocated, all the questions that were going to be asked. There was no preparation of him. So what you saw was probably frustration on his part at times and shutting down at times on his part. But it was also part of the manifestation of what happens when a witness who's not a lawyer, who's not someone used to this, is getting questions fired at them. And at some point, I think the court can take note that he literally shut down. And some of what the court saw may be more of a manifestation of being overwhelmed as opposed to trying to purposely change or diametrically say something different than what ultimately he allocated initially. So I, in retrospect, wish the state had actually, more than general questions, actually prepped him like you would normally see a witness be prepared and prepped. That did not happen. So you saw a very raw witness recounting things that happened quite some time ago and did not necessarily say things consistent with what he said before. But it wasn't simply for a malicious intent or an intent to deceive. There were several factors, is all I'm indicating, that may well explain why it was so difficult during his testimony.
All right. Anything else you want to present?
Your Honor, not at this time, no.
All right. Can the state give me a quick rundown of what this defendant's prior history is, including any prior probation violations? And then I guess I know that the probation officer is on here, so I'd probably need to at some point ask that officer if they would like to be heard as well.
Your Honor, we would defer to probation as it relates to, I know they have a full account of his history. as it
All right,
relates.
you know what, I think I'm still on Zoom. Yeah. And what's the officer's name? John, oh, it's my regular probation officer from long ago, whom I haven't seen in the last 2.5 months because I've been otherwise occupied.
Hello, Judge Whitaker.
Hello, I'm trying to, oops. Okay, I'm trying to get myself on video. Ah, I know. So that it's not a disembodied voice. Hang on. All right. Hello, Officer Jolly.
Hello, Judge.
All right, what is probation's, can you give me a rundown of Mr. Sledge's criminal history? And I'm sure you heard the question I just asked, as well as any prior probation violations.
Well, currently, he'd used his first offender twice, one for DeKalb County, one for Fulton County.
Well, that's
The
lucky.
DeKalb,
Since you're only supposed to get to use it once. Okay.
yes, so the DeKalb County case, 04 CR 24799, that was theft by receiving stolen property, felon, and a obstruction of law enforcement officer, which was a misdemeanor. That was May 19th, 2005. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He used his first offender. The second case, 04 SC 23883, that's Fulton County. He used his first offender. That was possession of cocaine, as well as a possession with the intent to distribute cocaine. That was December 10th, 2004. The possession with intent to distribute cocaine in Fulton County was January 3rd, 2014. Again, both times, all 3 times, he used his first offender. The next case is 15 SC 138994. That is a Fulton County case. That is the gang participation, aggravated sex battery, attempted aggravated sex battery, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage first degree, criminal damage second degree, and possession with the firearm by a convicted felon. That was January 10th, 2018.
All right, so given the fact that he had at that point a possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, does that indicate that at least one of those first offenders was not successfully completed?
One
Or are we
moment.
missing a felony?
One moment. That would be correct, Your Honor. In addition, of course, the current case that he is currently on probation on. As far as previous revocations,
So hang on, so the 15 SC and then this 22 SC case, right? Is there anything
Correct.
between the two of them?
there's nothing in between the two of them now.
Okay. Are you looking about prior revocations or prior violations?
Yes, at this present time, I don't see any prior revocations. There was one documentation. It's a little bit, I guess, I'm having a hard time understanding what they meant by it. One moment.
Judge, while she's pulling that up, there is a 13 SC 123423 out of Fulton County. It's a BGCSA, possession of cocaine with the intent to distribute, where the defendant received 5 years probation on January 7th, 2014, which would be the predicate or basis for the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon of the
I
15
figured
SC.
there had to be something else there. Okay,
Sorry, I should have spoken sooner. I apologize.
appreciate it.
Yeah, the only documentation that I have regarding a revocation just said, revoke closed, July 16, 2008. Doesn't really show any actual time served or any time being revoked or continued on probation back in 2008. So I'm unsure if that's an actual, revocation that was completed.
Okay, well, yeah, it sounds like maybe it was revoked, but it was just wrapped up in something else is how I would take that. I don't know, but, or that that a violation was found, but we don't know what that was or anything like that. All right. So does probation have a recommendation in this case?
Due to the last minute notification of this, probation revocation, I will leave that up to the courts to make that decision.
Okay. All right. Well, I find there to have been a violation as alleged. And again, even discounting the item number 8. What is the state's recommendation?
In full candor to the court, Your Honor, I'm going to leave it. The state is going to leave it in the full discretion of the court. Your Honor is fully aware of the conditions. Your Honor witnessed the testimony and how it affected the trial of the case. And I'm going to let Your Honor be the full steward of deciding what the penalty should be as it relates to all of the time that Mr. Sledge still has remaining on probation.
All right. Well, I know that at least I believe in the petition for revocation, the request is that the entire 30 years be revoked. Is that right?
It's not the
Or
request.
you're just telling me that's what he has at this point, although it can't be all of it, right? I mean, he's been on probation for at least a couple of years, and did he serve it? What's left?
He just started on December 8th of 2023. I think he got credit for the time. I think he was in for 2 years. So he would have 26 and change or 25 and change.
I'm sorry, correct, 22.
My bad.
The exact number. That would be 27 years, 7 months, and 8 days.
All right. All right, thank you. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the state.
Your Honor, if it please the court, I understand the court's ruling that there is a violation. Ultimately, I guess to some degree, while it's not clearly akin to a substantive versus technical violation of probation, it is a non-violent, non-new offense kind of violation. And I would say if the court is going to violate my client, it would be more germane to treat it as a technical violation. We have expressed to the court different thoughts and reasons for the way the testimony came out. We don't know what effect, if any, one way good or one way bad, that has had. But in terms of his violation, I would ask the court treat it more as a technical. He has one grandchild on the way, one that just came early this year with Ms. Kayla Freeman. So the point is, he has been staying out of the way. He's been complying with probation. I would ask the court to maybe consider if you want to put more restrictions and make his probation much more of a, not just something he's on, but something that now has more teeth to it, because he's been working. He's been taking care of his family. He's staying out of trouble. He's turned that corner. And literally, it was always our hope he wouldn't have to come in and testify. And there was a reason the state allowed this plea to go forward so that he could step away. And in doing so, if you recall, you may have remember from his testimony, by no fault of his, he was a victim of a crime where he was shot multiple times and had to recover from that. So we would ask the court to consider some restrictions first, as opposed to custody. And if you do go with custody, we would ask to consider it as a technical type of violation, not a substantive violation in which you would be authorized to give him an even greater sentence. So we would leave it in the discretion of the court, but we're asking again for a non-custodial revocation punishment.
Okay, well, I don't view it as a technical violation or akin to a technical violation, considering the solemn oath that he took when he said that he understood every term within the plea agreement, factual acknowledgements, and sentencing acknowledgements, and understood and, in fact, orally answered that he understood when both asked by the prosecutor and the court at his plea hearing that failure to abide by any of the terms would constitute a violation of the agreement, and he was notified that the entirety of his probation could be revoked. I do appreciate the fact that this particular violation is a non-violent violation. But I also appreciate the fact that some of the many why this could have occurred include the fact that there is just not a proper regard for the judicial system and the seriousness with which an oath in court needs to be taken. I actually view this much more akin to perjury, frankly, than a technical violation. And the sentence for perjury is up to 10 years. I am going to revoke 5 years of Mr. Sledge's probation. And Mr. Sledge, I am sympathetic to the fact that you have generally stayed out of trouble, and I want to commend you for that. And I really hope that this revocation doesn't set you back. But we've got to take seriously the court system. So that's the sentence of the court. I find there to have been that violation. I'm revoking 5 years.
And
And he will
reinstating.
be continued on probation, Your Honor?
Yeah, and reinstate the balance.
Thank you.
Might I ask, is it possible for my client to turn himself in to make arrangements?
I think y'all knew when you came in here that this was a strong possibility. So no, I'm sorry. All right, court is adjourned.
Y'all, I'm telling you, that was really hard to watch again for those of you who didn't see it previously. But I wish I could say that I was shocked, but I'm not shocked. The amount of time to me is very disturbing, but I don't think anyone should have took a plea in this case. I don't, especially if they didn't want to get up on the stand. I don't think it's fair, but that's what comes with plea agreements. That's just what comes with plea agreements. Unfortunately. And I guess the most disheartening part for me is, like I said, I've seen clients that have had new violations of the law that have gotten less than that. Yeah, and I would say that I think that, in my opinion, I think that 90 days would have been appropriate. I think a 90-day revocation would have been appropriate. That's my opinion. So I think we got about, I don't know, 20 minutes left until maybe something happens. I don't know. I think maybe I think that Judge Whitaker is probably I would always have considered her one of the more strict in sentencing judges. So I cannot honestly say or affirm or deny that he was sentenced this way because of it being this case. I think that she's a tough judge, period. So whether it was this case or not, I can't say that she would not have sentenced him any differently. I don't know. Yes, I've been before her before. I have. And like I said, she's a tough sentencing judge. Generally. Very good point. Very good point. Okay, guys, I'm about to make me something to eat. So hopefully when we come back, I can stay on with you guys for a while. So we got about 15 minutes. So I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Oh, and somebody said his merch is selling like crazy. I also think that that was part of the problem. I think that I don't think he took it seriously. And I'm not trying to judge him or his attorney, but I just don't think they took this as seriously as they should have. I think that he probably should have waited to do some of the things and go live. And as you see, I never had him on my platform because I was worried about this. I never felt that he was safe from this. I never felt he was safe from this. And same thing with, initially I said I was going to go live with Zachary's dad. And that also, I wasn't too sure of it. So I never fully committed to that. And I think that the more that came out, I'm glad that I did not participate in either one of them being on live with me, because something could have been detrimental on my behalf. And so I had to kind of pull back from that. The merch was definitely, in my opinion, not appropriate. And Mr. Copeland, Woody, is in a completely different posture than he was not on the case. He was not indicted. So this can't happen to him the same way. And also, I think that the difference between Woody and others is that, and not to say no one was not authentically being himself. I don't think Woody knew this was going to happen. I think he was just being himself, and this happened. But he set a precedence for those who came after him. And so I don't know if maybe they thought that, I don't know. I can't speak for anyone, but they weren't similarly situated. And that was the dangerous part. And this is what happened. Don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. But I think it's just a matter of fact. What do you guys think? I think the lives and the merch was a bit excessive. And one thing I can say is a lot of people have asked me about doing certain things like merch and this and that. And if I were to expand or capitalize on the platform that God has given me, that's one thing. But I would not want to do it on the back of people's lives. So I wouldn't want anything that has come from this trial to be the basis for me to start selling something. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that sometimes we forget that there are 6 individuals every day fighting for their lives. And with the content, it gets a little extreme. And that's why I just sit here and kind of watch and listen, because I don't want to speak on anyone's life. I don't want to speak on anyone's freedom. Yes, I'm watching it with you guys, but I don't want to necessarily capitalize off of this. I mean, now my radar is up. So I want to watch and I want to see and I want to participate, but I am understanding that these are people's lives and it's more than social media. That's why I try to just kind of still stay in my own lane and talk about other things. And, we get up here and trial watch, but I'm working on some, content to review what has happened up this far. But it comes a point where you got to draw the line and understand that, this is serious. And yes, we do WTF Wednesdays. And there are some moments that are laughable, but to me, it's not ha funny. It's unbelievable funny. Not even funny, just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. So even in the WTF Wednesday, it's more of a recap of the moments that are unbelievable than that are funny. Now, some things are funny in the midst of it. But that's just my opinion. Okay, y'all. I'm really about to go make something to eat because we only have allegedly 10 minutes left.
Can we get the state in, please? All right, I assume we're going to be picking up with Detective Underwood. Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and get her on the stand, we're going to get the jury out. Unless, let me ask, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we get the jury out and start with testimony again? Nope. Nope. All right. Okay, let's get Detective Underwood. And we can be getting the jury out as well. All right, the jury's going to be coming out also. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't write it. You know what? It's probably on this witness. Oh, you know what? Detective Underwood? Oh, maybe Mr. Abadi's getting her? Yes. Yeah, no, he went out to get her. Good afternoon. Sorry to keep you waiting around. All right, thank you. Everybody can be seated, and we're picking up with Detective Underwood's testimony.
Good afternoon, Detective Underwood. How are you today?
Good.
All right. Soon as Ms. Knight gets set up, we're going to start with some defense exhibits that I want you to look at. Let me ask you this while we're trying to do this. Last week, you said that that some of the violence died down in about March of 2015.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit, Mr. Williams, number 19. Do you see what the cover of that says?
Rodeo tour,
And what's the year?
2015.
And I'm gonna flip to, I believe, page 3 of that exhibit. What does that say?
Tour schedule.
All right, and can you tell George roughly when did that tour begin?
Look like Saturday, February 28th, 2015.
And when did it end?
Maybe it's the last date on this page is April the 3rd, 2015.
And prior to today, had you heard of this tour?
No,
Do you know Mr. Williams was featured on this tour?
I don't know. It just says rodeo tours, but I don't know who. It don't say who was featured.
I want you to go back to that tour date page.
Okay.
Do you see a stop on that tour for Houston?
Y'all, I made me some noodles and a beef patty. Let me go get my noodles. I'll be right back.
Yes, March 23rd, 2015, Houston, Texas.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 418Y. When you look at State's Exhibit 418Y, do you see the caption on that picture?
Yes.
What is the caption on that picture?
We in Houston with this S word.
Okay. And are there emojis next to it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell what those emojis are?
Snake emojis.
All right. And what's the date and time of this post?
9:43 p.m. 3/22/2015.
Okay. And in looking at that post, are you able to identify any of the individuals in that post?
Yes.
Okay. If you can. Permission for witness to step down?
Yeah.
And using this, the model board, you can just tell the jurors.
There should be a pointer somewhere and a laser
Oh,
pointer.
I got it. Just who you are able to identify in that.
Vivian Darlington, Anastia Wells, Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley, Octavius Stevens, aka Tick, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. That's Demise McMullen, aka Nard. That is Antonio Sledge, aka Wintu. I'm not sure which sister this is. One of Williams' sisters. I don't know which one. He has a couple. I don't know who that is or that is.
Okay, thank you. And did you say that the tour made a stop in Houston around that date?
Yes.
So based on this picture and the tour dates, is it fair to say that at least for this date in March, some people associated with YSL was in Houston, Texas?
Yes.
Yeah, Pluto.
Now I want to go to what's been marked as defense, I think Williams 220.
Yes, Jasmine. That's their theory.
And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through defense exhibits 220A through XX. And as we scroll down, I want you to tell me the dates that are in January. And as you're looking at the dates here, and you can slow down a little. As you're looking at the dates, are these dates, let me know first, do they appear to be in chronological order?
I can't tell. My screen
Is
is not.
there a paper copy of this exhibit?
Right.
Would it be easier to let the witness look at the paper copy?
What, last,
Unless I can make my screen a little bigger, because it's kind of minimized.
and as I'm looking for the paper copy, if it's easier to turn around, look at the bigger screen to see if you can see the dates on the bigger screen.
I mean, I can see the date on here. It's just the actual window is not as big, I guess.
That's as big as it is on anybody's.
Yeah, that part is not. Is that all? Yeah, that one needs to be bigger.
But are you able to see the dates on the flyers?
I can.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling till I can find the paper copy.
Okay.
They appear to be in chronological order as well.
Yes.
Well, it's fine, Miss Hilton. Y'all sorted out the issue with her
Yeah,
not being able
I
to
can,
see.
I can see the
so
dates
she
on the
can see
flyers.
it.
It's just kind of smaller than what it probably should be.
And are these flyers now in the month of November?
Yes.
And now these flyers starting in December.
Yes.
Are we now in January?
We are in January.
Is this the first one in January?
Yes.
What's the date of this post?
January 18th, 2015.
And sorry, going back to this post, where is this show located, supposed to be performed?
Like I said, Tampa, Florida. At the bottom, maybe.
Is this another one in January?
Yes,
What's the-
January 21st.
And is that in 2015?
Yes.
Where is this supposed to be performance?
She moved it up a little. It looked like Santa Ana, California.
Are we still in January?
We in February now.
Okay.
on this.
And I just want to keep scrolling down, see if we see anything else for January.
No, it's still February.
Now, I asked you earlier about the rodeo tour, remember?
You did.
Do you see Defense Exhibit 220 KK?
Can she roll it up just a little, maybe? Okay.
And remember earlier I asked you who was on that tour?
Okay.
Who's on that tour, that rodeo tour?
Travis Scott and Young Thug.
And that's the same tour that's in the book that we just referenced a few moments ago?
Yes.
And where the group was in Houston, or where the tour stopped in Houston in March of 2015?
Yes.
Now, are we in March?
Yes.
Okay. Are we now in April?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
And are we now in June?
Yes.
I can't unhear it now. It definitely sounds like a game show.
And is that the 220XX, that the last of the exhibit?
Yes.
Were the only two January flyers January 18th and January 21st, 2015?
I think so.
Okay.
It wasn't very many January.
All right.
What I say?
Did you see any flyers for January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
I just got a message from hold on, I'm gonna show y'all this.
Did you see any flyers in Miami for the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Have you ever been to Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
Have you been to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Do you know about how far the distance is between Miami and Tampa?
I haven't driven them. I know from Georgia, where my house, south of Atlanta, it was like 10 hours when we drove to Miami, but I have driven to Tampa. It was like 6 hours.
Okay. So from Atlanta to Tampa was 6, from Atlanta to Miami was 10.
Right.
Now, in 2015, immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas, were there social media posts that appeared to threaten members of YSL?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the type of posts that those types of posts?
Hearsay, best evidence rule.
Sustained is the best evidence.
Have you seen pictures of those types of posts?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'll show y'all later.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee. Do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
I recognize it because back during the
Y'all saw it.
Operation Planners investigation, we actually had a war room at APD.
See the terminology?
We
Don't
ha-
take anything from the fact that they called it a war room.
It was like our meeting room.
I understand.
And we put all our pictures on the wall involving the Operation Planners investigation. So we would collect social media posts and we would put them all that was related to the actual investigation on the wall. So we had this particular one on our wall.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the one of the posts that you had on your wall.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I say what I intend to say, Exhibit 546Y into
I'll
evidence.
object under foundation and authenticity. Just because it's put on a wall does not mean where it was posted or found.
All right, sustained, but you may establish a foundation if you can.
Was this, where were these posts?
On social media.
Okay. And was there a particular name or social media account that were posting these type of threatening posts?
Yes, it was named.
It's a reading from a document, not an evidence.
Was,
Sustained.
we're looking at that, refresh your memory as to what the name of the post was. Just look at it, if it refreshes your memory, look up when you finish.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The name of the actual account was Death to the State N-words.
And were there multiple posts on that website that you all gathered back in 2015 from,
Ye- Yes.
from that website? And is that one of those posts?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my objection, which was the same as Mr. Steele's, regarding the authenticity and foundation behind these posts.
Okay, overruled at this
and-
point. Go ahead.
My objection is we're talking about the collective, we did this, we did that, and I don't believe that this witness is the proper foundation for these posts. I don't believe this witness collected them.
Did y'all work together as a team to collect or view social media in order to assist with your investigation in this case?
Yes, we work as a collaborative group between Atlanta PD Gang Unit and ATF.
And as a part of this, is this one of the posts that you saw on social media at the time in which you all were investigating Operation Planters?
Yes.
And was this pulled from the site that you saw on social media?
Yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And what was the nature of what the post would say? So not specifically, but what was the nature of the post when you all were pulling? And let me answer that, because what made this of interest to the Atlanta Police Department?
I'll object to that phraseology. First, it'll be hearsay, and then talking for other people. I will object.
Sustained.
What was the nature of the post?
The nature,
Overruled.
actually, there were threats coming in right after Donovan Thomas's murder from this particular social media site, and it was towards only members of YSL. So it was significant for that reason.
Thank you.
Is Max married? Yes, Max is married.
Now, after 2015, did you all continue to look at social media even after 2015?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to direct you to 2019. Did you have the occasion to look at a post of an individual standing on a car?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may approach the witness freely.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as stated in 3TT. Without telling me what is contained in the picture, is that a picture that you've seen previously?
Yes.
And where did you first see this picture?
On social media.
And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the authentication and foundation of this photograph. I don't think that this detective has the personal knowledge of who took the photo, who posted it. Whoever posted the photo should be the one laying the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And specifically talking about the picture itself, what was of significance, without saying what's in the picture, what was of significance of the picture itself?
Significance was disrespect from one gang to another.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that response and ask it to be struck. That is beyond 24-7-704B. Talks about the significance of somebody's state of mind.
Sustained.
As a gang investigator, what was of note in that exhibit?
It was a individual standing on a vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, who did it belong to?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If it's within her knowledge, don't speculate.
It was Rayshawn Bennett's vehicle, YFN Lucci.
Okay. And the person on the vehicle, were they a member of, okay, were they
Why?
associated with a rival gang of YFN Lucci's?
Yes.
Okay.
Same
And
objection, Your Honor. There's been no foundation laid for how this detective has knowledge about someone's political.
Actually, yeah, there has. Overruled.
And it was that of note when you all first saw this picture back when you first saw it.
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 3 TT into evidence.
3 TT?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 3 TT, is the car that you were just referencing this blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right. And was it of note of the individual standing on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And again, was this posted on social media?
Yes, it was.
All right. As a gang expert, is there some significance of a person associated with YSL standing on top of a vehicle with someone associated with YFN?
It is significant.
I'll object under 24-7-74B about the significance of somebody's mental state.
All right, I don't understand it to be asking that question. Overruled.
What, if any, significance is that as a gang investigator when you see a post such as this?
It showed the, like I said earlier, the disrespect between, I felt like that this particular,
In your opinion,
in my opinion, this is a sign of.
Just a second.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's also calling for her to have.
She's been qualified as an expert.
I understand, but she's just because she's an expert doesn't mean she knows someone else's mental state.
And she's not testifying to their mental state. Overruled. Go ahead.
Working as a gang investigator and dealing with different actual rivalries and, the gang problems that we have had in the city. When we saw this particular post, we saw that it was like a gang member taking a shot at another gang member by standing on his vehicle outside of one of our malls here in Georgia.
And what mall was this?
Lennox.
Now, we've spoken about this term gang culture. Can you just briefly explain to the jury, when we talk about gang culture, what, if anything, are we referencing when we talk about that term gang culture?
I think of gang culture as the behaviors, the actual gang showing their characteristics, may it be whether they're displaying their hand signs, their colors, their tattoos, and just their way of life as gang members.
Can music be a part of gang culture?
Yes.
How?
A lot of the gang members, especially here in Atlanta, uses music to express themselves. They kind of, talk about where they came from, how they came from it, things that they've done, their lifestyle in the music.
Do gang members sometimes use music to promote violence and fear of their gang?
Yes.
How?
Hypothetically, if gangs are beefing and even if they're local and they know that they listen to each other's music, they would take a shot one gang would take a shot at another gang by saying disrespectful things or just letting them know that they are actually targeting them or talking to them through the words that they use.
Do gang members use music to promote allegiance to their gang?
They do.
How?
They brag about their gang. They glorify their gang. They glorify their gang members. They show the, like you said, alliances. It could be a blood gang that's, really, really friendly with a Crip gang here in Georgia, and they will actually shout them out in music.
Do gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
They do.
How?
They send messages, indirectly, maybe directly, just, they might say, I saw you at the club, or I jumped you at the club, and you are this gang, and they might call out that particular gang in the song, or they may not.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
I just want to note as a waiver of objection under 704B. I believe this is all person's mental state.
All right, I don't think that anything I've heard so far is in contravention of 704B. You may have a continuing objection.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
Yes.
And do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness? So sorry. Do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness with their fellow gang members?
They do.
In your experience, what genre of music do gang members use to promote their gang?
Just from my experience, being here and working here in Atlanta for over 30 years, I've only seen the gang members use rap music.
Does it always have to be rap music?
It don't always have to be, but that's what I've seen over my career.
As a gang investigator, do you focus on music and hope that it leads to an investigation? Or do you focus on the investigation and it may lead to music?
Sustained.
I'll ask first. As an investigator, do you focus on music?
No.
What do you focus on?
The crime at hand and the actual person that committed the crime.
And are there times in your investigation that music may have become part of your investigation?
Yes.
How is that?
Because if it's a particular person that was maybe a singer or a rapper or whatever that may have committed a crime, that us looking at the crime, me looking at the particular crime will kind of lead me back to the music portion, or if they're a rapper, or if they, like a lot of gang members here in Atlanta, they call themselves rappers, but they're like studio gangsters, or they just put music out on YouTube. So even if they're not as big as most rappers, we still pay attention to what they're saying, the drill music that's going on, and because a lot of time it does lead to violence.
And you said drill music. What is that?
Drill music is kind of something new where the rappers, they kind of talk about, they rap about violence, and they mostly target, the rival or the ops in that particular music. And it's really fast and really, they actually, like I said, talk about violence, talk about firearms, talking about drive-by shootings. And that's been popular here in Atlanta as of recent.
And as you're listening to the music, are you in your mind thinking about your investigation and whether or not there are particular words in the music that match your investigations?
It depends. Every investigation is different. So if we do listen to it just to see if we can get any kind of, I guess, maybe confessions. Sometimes it's confessions in music, or any kind of thing that is said that relates back to our investigation.
Now, as an expert, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals. If you heard a gang member sing a country song, about putting 100 rounds in a Tahoe. And that song comes out a year after a rival gang member was gunned down while standing near his Chevy Tahoe. And that Tahoe was hit multiple times with bullets. Would you consider that song in furtherance of the gang that gunned down that rival gang member?
Sustained.
Would that be consistent with something that's in furtherance of the gang? Not if you say
Overruled.
Like I said, each case is different, but if a country artist did do that and that country artist was a gang member, then yes, we would look at that gang member furthering the gang in that particular song.
what if a gang member had a calypso song where he said, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. And there was some information that members of that particular artist's gang shot at his rival gang member's mother's house. Would that be something that you would look at as being consistent with furthering the gang?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're listening to songs, if they come up in your investigation, will the entire song be disrespect or have words of cohesiveness, or would it be portions of the song? What has your experience been when you were listening to the music?
My experience is it's not the entire song. It might be a verse, or it might be just a line or a couple of words or a few words.
In preparation for your testimony, were you asked to review 3 songs in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Steele? You're welcome. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 535 Y Alpha, 539 Y Alpha, and 537 Y Alpha. And tell me if you recognize those as the songs that you were asked to listen to.
Yes.
First, starting with 535 Yankee Alpha. What is the name of that song?
Slime, S-word.
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
Now looking at 537 Yankee Alpha, what's the name of that song? Oh, excuse me, 539 Yankee Alpha.
539 is gonna be Just How It Is.
And who was the artist?
Young Thug.
And then looking at 537 Yankee Alpha.
It look like it says Juice WRLD, Bad Boy featuring Young Thug.
Your Honor, this time the state would like the tender and admit State's Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
What are Yankee? Because all she's testified to is the Yankee Alphas.
The actual song. So was 535 Yankee the song that you actually listened to prior to?
Yes.
Okay. For each, that's true for each of those.
Is 537 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
And is 539 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
I just want to say what like the tender and the mid. Stacey's exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
All right, those are admitted. Overruled.
And permission to first publish 535 Yankee.
You may.
Slay. Hey, get out your motherfucking seat to this one, you know. Slay. Slay. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah, give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that shine shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck a jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, pick it white brick. Hey, bricks and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go 8 shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Slime looking slime. Maniac don't have a mind. These niggas be bitches, a lot of them snitching, a lot of them dropping them down. I come to the point of my life that I just want one of my wives. I think that I want that new Sprite. We rich, so I know that it's life. I'm so true to shit. I'm some helmet shit. Diamond dancing bitch. YSL VVS. In the Ville, and I ain't got that pistol on my hip. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit. Hey, did that slime shit? Need a slime bitch. Compromise shit. Down the ride shit. But the police in a high speed. Let her out and bleed. Let her out and bleed. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck a jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, bricks and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go 8 shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a other bitch. Got banana clip for all these niggas acting up. These niggas sandwiches in the street, they need hood on fun. Got 10 trucks right to stay bunking, all of them going on. They just be talking, I swear these little fuck niggas don't want. I'm praying up my money and I'm still in the trenches. Working calculators when we fuck with weight, we call them bitches. Got burger loafing, true, they with me. Real neighborhood. Banging neighborhood six.
Have y'all heard anything yet?
I get it, I get it on my own. What? The burger said they got me so high, I swear to God, I'm in my own damn zone. $1,000 off alone. All of the extras up off your home. And it's big like the dome. Hold up, catch up, I call my phone. Man, I just sold 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm
right?
gonna take her down. Nigga, hey, do that shine shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, Fuck up jail shit, hey, drink it at the bitch, hey, on that snail shit, hey, cook it white brick, hey, bricks and bell shit, hey, bitch I'm super rich, bitch I'm stupid rich, I go ape shit, call it ludicrous, hey, I'm not new to this, hey, I'm so true to this, hey, I done put a whole slime on a 100 bitch, did that slime shit, did that mud shit, did that $100,000 do the charge shit. Down the dial, but they rush it, cut it to my money. They say we getting
Yes,
money,
you
now
can.
these niggas acting funny. And they all fake.
Everybody laughing.
Titties. Tell they bitch another locker, we ain't fucking with them. And they goofy niggas. And they hold tight. For the jail, YSL, let that mall light. Got these bankrolls on up, we in Vegas. Yeah, I ain't going back and forth with y'all. Hello. Yeah, I'll bet me $100,000 tonight, all motherfucking hundreds. Huh, check. Yeah, put me up.
All right.
And looking at State's Exhibit 535YA, when did this song come out? Or when was this song at least posted?
So now we got to just carry on like normal.
March the 25th, 2016.
The Shannon came.
And as an investigator and an expert, were there any particular words of note to you as you listened to this song?
Yes.
What were those words of note?
The 100 rounds in the Tahoe.
And why was that of note to you?
Because 2015, the year prior, we had investigated murder of Donovan Thomas, where
Hang on just a second. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna check this one. This court, the trial court in this case, has previously ruled that.
Do we need to take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse y'all for a minute, please. And Detective, I'm going to ask you to step out, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there's a previous order in this case bifurcating that any expert who would be on the stand in this case, who would also be providing factual testimony.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Splitting out the factual and the
And
expert.
so, yeah, and this witness is now, she's given expert opinions, which we've heard, but now she's testifying about factual information. And I think that's going to mislead and confuse the jury. And even if Your Honor doesn't believe so, there's a previous order that in this trial, we would have a bifurcation of those issues. So I'll object to her testifying about any factual information about what happened in 2015. I also think that I also want to raise an objection because the state.
This is JF. He's the actual attorney on the case. And Doug Weinstein is co-counsel. I know you guys don't know that, but
The jury, because this particular song that they've now introduced to play the jury was actually recorded 2 years earlier in 2014, prior to any murder of Donovan.
All right. Well, you'll be able to cross-examine on that. Can you address the issue of the bifurcation?
Yes,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
not address the issue. I know that was the order. Address why this is or is not violating that requirement that the fact and expert testimony be bifurcated.
Your Honor, there is evidence already in about the shooting of Donovan Thomas. I believe as an expert, I could simply ask her, I can probably show her the evidence, the pictures of the evidence that we're discussing at this point to make sure that we don't violate her talking about her opinion as to why this song was significant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking through when we have a medical examiner who is an expert, who can talk about the facts of the autopsy and give their opinion as to the cause and manner of death, that this is similar in nature, that she as an expert can speak to specific facts and give her opinion as to why that particular fact is of significance in her opinion. And so that's what I'm trying to correlate it to, very similar to a cell phone expert who can talk about the facts that come out, but can give their opinion on certain information. I'm trying my best to correlate how we can do those two things, because I do think an expert can speak of facts and how those facts can form an opinion.
All right, so are we finished with the portion? Has this witness testified to all of the facts that she's going to testify to as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever you were about to elicit was
information that has already come out, but we're not.
right. I mean, you were getting an expert opinion on something?
Yes.
Okay.
If the state proffers that they're going to stick to asking about expert opinions, then I'll withdraw the objection. It certainly sounded like to me that she was asking about factual evidence about an incident in 2015.
Okay, but you're not establishing that fact through that witness. You're asking, why is this fact significant to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't think that violates that bifurcation order. All right, let's get the jury back and the witness. Is there anybody that knows that we need the jury back? I don't know. I think. We surprised y'all with a short break. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So I think when we left off, I was asking, what was of note to you in that song?
The 100 rounds in a Tahoe.
And why was that, as an expert, of note to you?
Because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. When he was murdered, he was standing outside of his Tahoe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 6 Exhibit 8Y. I'm going to also show you what's been admitted as 6 Exhibit 12Y, 27Y, 26Y, I'm sorry. 218Y. 174Y. 193Y. And 221Y. Is that the Tahoe that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that of note because of that particular wording in the song?
It was because it was actual crime that was committed with a murder happening, and the fact that it was a rival between the two. It was a rival between the YSL crew and the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood, and it was significant for us in our investigation.
And when you were talking earlier about sometimes gang members use music in order to let me make sure we get the language right. In order to send messages to rival gangs, is this an example of that type of messaging?
It is.
Overruled.
It is.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
I think the part about killing 12.
And why was that of note?
Because the police is referred to as 12. And if you're, I guess, rapping or singing about killing somebody in law enforcement, that's not nice.
And let me ask you, this was in 2016. Were you aware of any incidents of YSL members alleged to have shot at police after 2016?
After 2016, yes, we had a police officer shot, a gang officer shot.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection I raised previously.
Sustained.
Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
If you can refresh my memory with a copy of the lyrics, maybe.
I'll get you a copy because I think my copy has writing on it. My copy has writing on it, so we'll get you a copy. We'll go to the next song while we're getting you a copy. I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 539Y. Is that just how it is?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Diamond speaker boo. Ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped everyone in the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is. Put it in a Uber, send it to a shooter. Ask me how they do it, kicking shit right here. Put it in a cab, send it to an Arab. Hit him with the net now, now his whole body scale. Cash on delivery, hey, go talk of that century. Oh, no time for gibberish. All the critics hearing this, all the bitches lipstick, and the pussy slippery. I can call a troop, go by the name of Duke. Can't never take a roots. I can send them moves. Niggas hold a chain, but they ain't worried fool. I'ma keep on spinning till they tell me who. Ooh, ooh, down the speaker boo. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers, I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped everyone in the list, cause I'm supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is. I don't gotta throw you shit like Captain. Nah, I got 7 bitches with me, Captain. Yeah, I repeat Nipsey, I can tell you how to get rich. I can tell you how to die or how to live in this bitch. I can tell you how to talk the most impeccable shit. I can show you how to walk like you got decimal, bitch. Show you how to get the top from all the top 10 bitches. I got white outer raws, I like my son. I got like song, baby, I got mouse in this bitch. No flat zone, caught you like your mouse in this bitch. Roll tycoon, and I took some losses, you bitch. I'm a boss, but I don't like to take a loss in this bitch. Such a player, but I can't control all of my bitches. I got layers, I got millions, I got all type of billions. Fuck around and add a pussy nigga out like Linux. Last nigga tried me, almost got popped in Linux. Ask the cops, ask the detectives, they know all the business. Ask the cops and the detectives, all the jurisdictions. Ask the kids at school who ambition, all the missions. Get the lawyer close to 2 million, he handle all the killings. I don't know and I don't wanna know who flaws business. I don't know what's going on, bro, I think they all spilling. Don't speak about shit on West, it's all my business. We known to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. Ooh, ooh, diamond speaker boo. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers, I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped everyone in the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is.
When was this released on Mr. Williams' YouTube channel?
September 16, 2019.
What, if anything, was of note to you in this song?
We killed the biggest kitten of all kitties.
And why was that of significance to you?
Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood family, Bloods. He was a high-ranking member, well-known, well-respected, I guess, among his gang.
Overruled.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this song?
It was a part about I did the jacking and the robbing. Now I'm rapping.
Okay. And let me ask you specifically, in 2013, were you made aware of any robbery in which Mr. Williams was a person of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Did one of those involve an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can approach.
Yeah, I think y'all might need to.
Y'all, what happened? What did I miss? What happened? What happened? Somebody tell me what happened. Sorry.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So before we broke, we were talking about an incident May. Oh, sorry. Back around. It's okay. Sid, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1AA. And you were speaking about brief. Do you know where this is or the location?
Look like Trussell Tree.
Okay. And are you aware of an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking earlier, based on your review of reports and information that you gathered as an expert, were you aware of a robbery of Archillian Bennett in May of 2013?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a police report involving Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
In which she alleges to have been robbed in 2013?
Object to what she said as the leading question and give facts and evidence. Jury already heard from the witness.
So I'm trying to narrow down the issue so we can get to the answer as an expert that she's reviewed and she's aware of
All right.
this.
So the jury will recall what the prior testimony was. Go ahead.
And as a part of that, are you aware who was a person of interest in that armed robbery?
Yes.
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 23AA. Are you familiar with the individuals in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the two individuals in that picture?
Look like Jeffrey Williams and DK, and his name's not coming to me right now, but his nickname is DK. He's a YSL member.
Okay. Does the name Walter Murphy sound familiar?
Walter Murphy, yes.
All right. Now I'm going to also publish for you what has been marked as 170 or admitted, excuse me, as 175C alpha starting at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
Hey.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody?
You alright?
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to a nigga throw it, though.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, know how that nigga, man, them nigga down there got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man? I seen
Little
that
nigga
shit,
DK,
man.
little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no
Nigga
reason,
said-
though.
That's why they started shooting that child.
Man, that nigga just stop, boy, for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, boy. Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thor got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have fought Tug there.
Fuck
Man,
that
everybody
wall.
down for a reason, though, man. They got to get this shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah, yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah. Everything for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What
thing
they
I did. Sitting around, goddamn, last night, goddamn, talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never goddamn do it like this. I never do this, man. Can't no
What they got you charged with, bro?
shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge, goddamn, the aggravated assault. I ain't charged with none of that shit today. I could have gave AC name and been at home, child, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought you did. That's why I kept telling the store, don't tell them
I
your
just
name.
know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out Rob, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life.
For sure. That what's up, nigga. Cause goddamn, I ain't see DK them pull out on that boy. All they know is Red. Them that nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said too.
For sure. They just let that nigga out though.
Around, man.
They just let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti for Cleveland E, goddamn, up through the top of there, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartments, goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, boy, ran me clean over.
That was goddamn double throw, man.
Big Nick out.
Yeah.
They hit you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright though, ain't it, bro?
Big ass knot on the back of my head.
That nigga skate brought the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you went up there trying to get the fucking car?
Yeah, what they told him, bring him to the person who he let the car to.
Nah, he's my goddamn. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them folks car fucked up.
Yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you so much, nigga.
That shit,
alright, man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that vivid on news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
No, they just show you get in the police car.
Oh, shit, man. I made the news.
Well, that shit everywhere, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
Man, they really get out, man. Like I said, everybody happen for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure,
I don't know do shit with nigga like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. That would make sense, man.
Like, I can't even think about this. All I've been thinking about all day, like, just told babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck man, broke over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken Shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go on and get it. I said the same thing.
Man, when you see it, you gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken Shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken Shop right there by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them, beam. I turn around. I'm following them, nigga. I follow them, nigga, all the way up there on Summerdale. Okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Wow. 12 goddamn bag. I turn around, bag up. Niggas by that time now trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate through Summerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet come sprint clean through the window, boy, down the like it had went through my head, boy. I came through my head and came out my face, boy. Bullet come clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cub, man.
Say the police shot.
12 shit. Big Cub, DK had to shoot that nigga because 2-3 shots went off with the car. And we were jumping them hills and shit. So I was like, damn, boy. After we fair, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head and shoot me, boy, because the nigga ran.
That nigga thought they goddamn Big Fred jumped out the car. The police shot. They were still shooting.
Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cub. Him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap my 22 at home and my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro?
Huh?
You got that $150 out my cup holder?
No, so say he had $150 to go buy the lien.
Nah, man.
Well, no money in the cup holder, bro.
That was my motherfucking money.
Yeah, he said he had the money to go buy the lien.
Nah, I think I had another $50, $40. He didn't even have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. Well, he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck got them come off 100. I told him, hell no, nigga got them go 50. You go 50.
Nah, Buck told me to get you $150.
No, them gave me nothing. I had a 50 of my own money. I had $350. They got $345. I got to let Babe come down here and got them go to property and get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a property release form or a waiver form.
And we're going to stop it at 10:46. In 2013, and have you looked at any reports of a armed robbery of an individual by the name of Derek Dotson?
Yes.
And who was a person, or who were some of the persons of interest in that particular case with the armed robbery of Derek Dotson?
Your Honor, object on the bifurcation issue.
This
Overruled.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. This is legal report.
Overruled.
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Have you heard of the name of Adrian Bean?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Frederick Prothrow?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Williams ever charged with either the two incidents we just referred to?
No.
No, he was, or no, you don't know?
No, he was never charged.
Okay. Next, I want to go to 537 Yankee.
And make sure that you know that we're all human beings. We all on the same earth. So with that being said, you can achieve anything, if not more than what you see other people achieving. And that's facts.
Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rash, boy. I've been jumping out these birds, McCoy. No, I bet my rich is million 9 months. Overseas, 100 skin, bitch, precise. Break the GTR, I love the crash cars. I'm a bad boy, so I got a bad bride. Futuristic ride, imported from Mars. Smith and Wesson 45, all of his art. They don't play with me, kills this day with me. Yo, baby, lay with me. She fell in love with my eyes, she the hockey ring. Come to kick it, I'm not on the soccer team. Won't make it as part of my prophecy. Rap Simmons, match my prodigy. I'ma do the dash, get to the bag, ain't no one as bad as me. Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rash, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No, I bet my rich is million 9 months. Overseas, 100 skin, bitch, precise. Sticky, Ricky, I so scared there's not no sticky. I shot at his money, now he no longer mention me. You say you want smoking, I've been coming down the chimney. You got barbecue, your bitches are so fried and they crispy. I had all my jealous when I shot at the cunt. Act like you on war and they gon' smoke you like a plant. I'm just keeping it real, but your 100 spin blank. Sports Ferrari got the pipes at the back like a stank. Yeah. neck. I can turn a check. Live like Project X.
I ain't sniffing Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy.
I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No one bet my rich is million 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant.
We can stop it at 2:46. What is the date of the release of this song? Or at least when it was posted?
Say premiered January 15th, 2021.
And were there any particular words of note to you in this song?
Yes.
What was that?
I shot at his mommy. He no longer mentioned me.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as 1 triple DI. Are you familiar with what that location is?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Zone 3.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That location was YFN Lucci's mother's residence during the time that she was a victim of 2 drive-by shootings.
And would it be of note, hypothetically speaking, if the drive-bys were purported to be by members of a particular gang whose gang member wrote a song or sang a song that says, I shot at your mommy, now you no longer mention me?
Yes, that would be significant.
Overruled. Why would that be of note?
Because it actually happened. It was a real crime that happened where the rival's mama was shot.
Showing you,
You understand the bifurcation
Yes.
issue, so.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 4 DDI. And 5 DDI. 6 DDI. 8 DDI. 11 DDI. And I'm going to also show you 1 GG. Is that the same location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 GG. Showing 6 GG. 14 GG. 17 GG. 20 GG. And 26 GG. Again, as an expert, what if there's a word such as I shot at your mommy and you no longer mention me, and you see particular evidence of that when you're doing your investigation? For you, in your opinion, what if anything is being communicated?
I definitely was
Sustained.
thinking this.
Why is that of significance to you?
Because
As an expert, why is that
I-
of so different?
I don't know what the answer is going to be, but it is potentially going to be a 704B issue. So,
I'll move on, Your Honor.
all right.
Now, we spoke about the first song, Slime S, and you said you wanted to look at the lyrics to see if there was anything else of note to you. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535YB. Would that help refresh your memory to look at those words?
You ready for me to answer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just looking at the words, as far as significance, for gang or furtherance of gangs, the part about the neighborhood
Hold on.
sixties.
Consistent with being, just what is of note to you without talking about whether or not
Just
that's
some
further?
lyrics about, neighborhood sixties and troop and stuff like that.
What is the significance of Troop?
Troop was a, NH60, leader in, over off of Old National Highway,
Okay, you said an NH60.
neighborhood rolling 60.
Okay. I want to ask you a few more hypotheticals and then we'll be concluding. Hypothetically, if there was a member of a gang who shot at or in the direction or shot a gang investigator that was trying to arrest him, and this person shot at him multiple times, would it be of any significance to you as an expert if there was a song by a member of that same gang and in that song it says killing 12? Would that be of any significance to you hypothetically as a gang investigator?
Your
as a
Honor,
gang-
I think so.
No, Your Honor, that was the one that you sustained it earlier for mentioning that Mr. Abt objecting, you sustained it earlier.
That's incorrect.
He asked.
You sustained a different objection I made. She was allowed to testify about her opinion about 12, and it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
And I'm not talking about the word 12.
Sustained.
Just generally speaking, when you talked earlier about how the music plays a role sometimes in your investigation, again, are you looking at to see whether or not there is some information that may or may not support any music that you may listen to, that you may find as a part of your investigation?
Objection to our investigation and the contours of it is irrelevant.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I object to the premise of her investigation. She can testify to facts. She can't educate the jury on what's important to her.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, please?
As a gang expert doing your work with gangs, if music becomes a part of your investigation, does it become important if there is any type of evidence or information that support what may be contained within the music?
But the same objection, not down to Ken and the jury anyway.
Sustained.
As an expert, was shooting at a police officer, and could that increase the status in a gang?
Yes,
How?
it shows your the other gang members that you are willing to put in work for the gang, put your life on the line, because sometimes if an officer fires back, then you can be killed. So you will risk your life for the gang. But if you can do it and get away with it, you get stain. And stain, the definition of stain is you get like not really rank, but you can get like appreciation, or you can get, street creds. With a lot of the gang members are looking for to be get street creds, not only from the higher ups in the gang, but from the gang members that they, roll with, or even just from the public.
Thank you. Court's indulgence for a moment.
No further questions. All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Don't ask this. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music.
Okay.
And how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out, or a record label put out for public consumption, besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding it to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
I was just
You can continue.
to determine what's
I
relevant.
was just saying, I think that
Okay.
I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out, that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? How many times in Jeffrey Williams songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors, they probably know, but.
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a smash and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
How often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him and that he.
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury and I'm going to excuse you, please.
All right, let's hear it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. You know, I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life. Whatever the quote is. Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony, but I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Or you'd prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it will be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Okay. We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language, I'll just be a couple of minutes and then I'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate, and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that that might get into bad character evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick recess.
How-
10 minutes long.
Thank
I'll be back before then.
Thank you, Your
I think she should start taking a break before the defense goes up for cross. That's my personal opinion.
Your Honor, if you would just consider asking the jurors if they can strike from their memories and notes the last response. It was non-responsive of this witness, and we will do
All
it
right.
again.
I'll just say disregard the last response of the witness who was non-responsive. And then pick up from there. All right. let's
Then,
get-
Your Honor, can I just reserve my motion for
Yes.
mistrial? Thank you.
And then feel free to re-ask it in a way that is not going to elicit the same thing.
Okay.
All right, can we get the witness on the stand and the jury out? It'll be a couple more minutes. So we'll just recess in place for a few minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't talk. I'm working. And it's not nothing going on. This the same stuff that happen every day. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm working. I'm getting to a good place where I probably can talk all day tomorrow. I'm here. I am working and watching, but I don't like I keep telling y'all, it's not much to say right now. I mean, it's the same thing every day. It is what it is. We're just gonna keep going, keep pressing through. Got USAA calling me. Hold on. This is Kayla.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. How many songs, if you know, does Jeffrey Williams in his poetry talk about licks?
I don't know how many.
All right. In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. Three. Yeah,
Okay.
3 counties.
I apologize. So in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffrey Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio.
No.
All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about, let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be Slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
I think we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong or you think it's different, just, correct me. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know what the next line is to that song?
N-word, lighten up your tacos.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
When it says 100 rounds in a Tahoe, does that mean that the bullets went into a Tahoe, or does it mean that there's 100 rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving? If you know.
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs, I'm just limited to rap songs, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know, talk about rounds in a vehicle?
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo, thank you. And then the next one, the next line or artwork is, they don't blame that, and I'm not gonna say it, but BI blank CH for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a BI blank CH pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down, or.
How does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors, from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that first line was in reference to the murder.
So
that was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the Tahoe?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. We know that. We know that just that particular first line, and he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
Do songs, in your experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook, maybe, or yes.
What'd you call it?
The hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And 12, I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to Slime, SH Blank T, Killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I don't understand that question.
Is Killing 12, that phrase, or Killing 12, SH Blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure there's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song, I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like, I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more than once.
All right, let me do this. Could you talk about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Can you pull up the picture more if possible, if it's not? Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right? Well, you see Jeffrey Williams in the center,
Yes.
center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
And who is that person, if you were?
Who, Brian Williams? Oh, I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, AKA D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, AKA OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But it's been, like you said, 10 years ago almost.
Do you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens? Since
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Also known as Muntuk?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman?
I don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I don't remember, I can't identify that person.
Okay, and how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell?
Okay, and do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact?
I don't know, sir.
All right, thank you for that. All right, I want to go back to where we were. And I'd like to talk to you, I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song, Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released,
No, I'm sorry.
you said it's released, give us a year again or a month again?
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay, so January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric. And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26th, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26th, 2015 date. Fair to say?
Yes, but that second part, he no longer mentioned me, it refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015, and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucy?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucy?
Yes.
Also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rashawn Bennett, right.
Okay. So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffrey Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever Jeffrey Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about he glad he takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffrey Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying what I saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the words before in the art, do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
Okay. You have it? Brown, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Giving you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay. I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about,
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
how does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or it's slang for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke. So that's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the fried and crispy, I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these three songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something, or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops, and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about? Rap music.
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs?
It's a lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert, Jeffrey Williams?
No.
You ever been to a concert of any rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at any when you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were two people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know, Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with Mr. Williams.
Do you know that person's performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube, or you can kind of look at what the words are, and the person is actually rapping it on a music video and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And in that one, you referenced, I'd done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, in my words, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that were made, or or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record, or I'm old, so could be a album or cassette tape for all I know, but it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that, you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said
I think I said kitty, but I think it's cat.
That's fine. I think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something, but it's
The biggest kitty of the cats, I think I said, but I had it backwards. I think it's
that's fine.
We killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
And when it says we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach? May I approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before I made an arrow, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Find that.
I didn't mean to turn my back if you were ready.
Okay. Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before, we known to kill the biggest cats?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then goes right into,
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
so that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record, we don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it, I don't want to say all of it.
The song kind of, it talks about the beef that, the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detectives, they know all the business. So, on one hand, saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talk about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen where songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at, does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
What?
IF gang.
It does not.
I mean, that's your, and you're entitled to it, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's releases, album releases, and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffrey Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, I assume effects on an evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people, maybe around the tour bus incident, but
Okay.
I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident. So I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with Jeffrey or a song with Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, assume effects not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffrey Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffrey Williams rap music?
No.
And by that, I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event.
That
or-
wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
Let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have state's exhibit number? Do you mind playing for me? I will. Let me show you with the Soundable Court's permission, what's already been marked and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once
Yes.
it is announced? While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28th, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Woody.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing him.
Okay, so you're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I play 117E?
Yes.
As an errand. Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you
No.
know? Okay. All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
I'm sure a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at all?
I did not.
Do you know who Future is? A performer, fabulous performer, Future.
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just
No, can't think of one.
okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
It's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just
That sounds familiar. It seems like I seen that on an album cover or something.
okay. And Future, an eagle. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl.
Yes. I
And
remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffrey Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the rodeo tour, or what known as the rodeo tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffrey Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No.
Do you know how many days he was physically in Atlanta area?
No,
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffrey Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that he was on tour and gone a lot. So
when was the uptick again in the crime?
It started back in April.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you know where Jeffrey Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffrey Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Well, can I talk about that? That the residents?
Yeah. Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes, some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No,
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for a considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffrey Williams initiate? I mean, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen.
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of concerts. You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know who got those flyers?
No,
Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015, do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Human facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. App.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Did.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No.
And you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's
I
associates or
love
friends
it.
about that incident?
Let you
I
know.
didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew
I didn't
what was
have to
going on?
question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media, where they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the
You're
guy
assuming.
stood on the
Hang on,
guy.
let her
ahead.
finish her
Oh.
answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other, so try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Sorry.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know whether for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say you don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
He didn't have to follow the evidence.
He
or
wasn't
investigate?
happy.
It's possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and it had nothing to do with gang activity? Yeah, it is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in our people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
You also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
and that can be done in
it's
movies.
not. It's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing.
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No. Goodfellas.
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What about Al
do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said,
I'm saying argumentative, Your Honor.
okay. Did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession. Sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the ops or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your?
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What did I got to do with anything?
Listen, you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well,
yes or no?
okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect, it's
what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
Object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved, maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is
her
that what you're
testimony.
saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song,
Then
it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't give you any, I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas.
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me
a moment
mixed
ago.
up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes. All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well.
Okay.
Detective, I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but
Thank you, Your Honor. So Detective, you were saying that it, and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics.
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
So you don't know. You don't know if his
I
fingerprints.
didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, you're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that...
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If, hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Come on up.
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator. Okay, retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. Brief, and I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident that has nothing to do with this case.
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV.
I did.
To the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, since because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert, maybe.
Okay. Yes, I understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay, could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And right, and she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay, so she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor, it was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
The one that I do remember recently was Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right, Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians.
Okay.
The classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at Columbia Southern were professors, but they didn't talk about gangs.
Okay. And how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that?
I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same. Yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it seems like
every class was law enforcement.
And the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay. And the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, in that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No, I don't know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but that's not anybody that came on the radar because he hadn't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes.
Okay. How many?
The 3.
Okay. It was just those 3.
Just these 3.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring Fagiano?
Never heard of it, no.
Have you ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of this song?
No.
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about putting money on someone else's head?
Not aware.
Are you aware that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I'll say objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, and so
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that
he
video.
depicts killing a heavyset African-American male. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions? No. All right, is there redirect? Go ahead.
Mr. Steele asked you when he was questioning you if any of these lyrics mention Donovan Thomas Jr.'s name inside of those songs. You recall
I
that line of
recall that
questioning?
question.
When you're listening to songs that may become a part of your investigation, do the ops usually say specifically the person's name, or is it more of a hidden message? What has been your experience when you're listening to the music that comes a part of your investigation?
My experience is not directly, saying the person's name is like sending a message, but like if that particular person or that person's group or person's gang know that I committed a crime or know that we have beef, then a lot of times they know it's obvious who they're sending the message to.
And when we say it's obvious, is it obvious to the opposition gang who the message is being targeted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you about whether or not anyone from the music industry came and taught your class. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
The classes that you took, were they focused on music or focused on gangs?
Focused on gangs.
And have you ever had anyone from the music industry come and talk to you about gangs?
No.
Court's indulgent.
All right, any recross by anybody? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Ladders to the stand.
All right. Welcome back, Ms. Latners. You're still under oath.
Sit down.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down. You're still under oath from your prior testimony.
Good afternoon.
Before coming to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity to review a CAD report and some 911 calls?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 November, 1 November Delta, and a disc marked that contains, I should say, 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo. And Ms. Latners, just look up at me if you've had opportunity to review that. Ms. Latners, Are those the items that you reviewed before coming to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
And what are they?
Copy of the CAD report for February 23rd, 2019, and the 911 calls.
And is there any markings on that 911 disc that you marked on?
Yes, I placed my initials on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and associated 911 calls for that incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 November, 1 November Delta, and the disc that has 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Latners, I'm going to first publish 1 November. Ms. Latners, what is the date for this CAD report?
February 23rd, 2019.
And what did this call come in as?
Came in shots fired.
What was the call type and description when the call was complete?
Person shot.
What was the location for this person shot call on February 23rd, 2019?
50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest, Brandywine Townhouses, Atlanta.
In what zone is that, Ms. Latners?
Zone 3.
Now, what time was this CAD report a officer generated or 911 call?
911 calls.
What time was that call received by APD dispatch?
Call went up to dispatch at 04:37 a.m. hours.
Were officers dispatched at 04:37?
Yes.
Was the call received at 04:36:40?
The call came into 911 at 04:35. 911 sent it over to Zone 3, dispatched at 04:36.
And Ms. Latners, what time were those officers that were dispatched arrive on scene?
It shows 04:42 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, I wanted to draw your attention on, you see on page 2 of this CAD report,
Yes.
at the bottom, you have unit ID 1394, and it has a code of a LC. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
At the bottom of page 2,
Yes, ma'am.
1394 is the sergeant for that zone.
And what does that LC indicate?
Location change.
And can you explain to the jury what that time is and what it reads afterwards?
Unit 1394 advised at 6:10 a.m. hours, he arrived at Grady Hospital.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 3, do you see the CAD narrative?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that first entry is at 4:35:54 a.m.?
The person advised the 911 call take a shots fired in that area at 50 Mount Zion Road.
And Ms. Latners, if you look 2 lines down at 4:36:40 a.m., what is the remarks indicate following that?
Call advised he heard 10 shots in the area.
Does it say 10 plus shots, Ms. Latners?
Plus shots in the area.
And if you look further down at 4:38 a.m., what does that CAD narrative remark indicate?
Well, it shows a call came from a T-Mobile. Then it says address at 2835 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, and they gave a phone number out, the person who called. It's a duplicate call.
And what is that last line at 4:38 a.m.?
It looked like second rounds of I heard from the hills of the apartments, did not see anything.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 4, do you see at 4:39 a.m. it starts with male caller?
Yes.
What does that remark section in this CAD narrative indicate for the jury?
Another caller called in, advised male caller David requested to speak with officer at apartment Y Yankee 5. He gave out his phone number.
And beneath that, where it starts at 4:47 a.m., what does that indicate? Starts with unit.
Advised a unit told his dispatcher, advised male inside a blue Charger in passenger side, possible 50 was shot to the head.
So that's possible signal 50 to the head.
Yes.
And is there a related CAD indicated beneath that at 4:48:56 a.m.?
He advised this incident is related to CAD number 190540456.
And Ms. Latners, if you look a couple lines beneath that at 4:54 a.m., that starts with BLU. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
The officer advised the dispatcher Blue Dodge Charge gave out the tag number, temporary tag number 2454029, which is a paper tag.
And Ms. Latners, what is immediately beneath that 1 minute later at 4:55 a.m.?
He advised his dispatcher possible vehicle, possible code 19, which is a stolen vehicle out of Cobb County.
And Ms. Latners, at 5:07 a.m., do you see the CAD remark that starts with unit ADV?
Unit advised shell cases near building X-ray.
And Ms. Latners, what at the very bottom, or a couple lines from the bottom at 6:10 a.m., it has unit advise. Do you see that?
Yes, unit advised the victim is 48, which means a person is dead at 0609 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, is some of the 911 recordings that are on that disc pertain to this CAD report ending in 454 from February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish one November alpha.
All right.
Are you ready? Just one. Atlanta 911 operator 7198. What is the address of the emergency? I live in an apartment called, they used to call it the Wood, but they call it the Crystals now. And the address is at 50 Mount Tanya Road, Southwest. Someone out here shooting, about 10 shots. Okay, do you want to speak with an officer? Yes, ma'am. You do? No, ma'am. Can you have someone just come out here? Okay, we will. Thank you. Hmm? We will. Thank you. You're welcome.
Ms. Your Honor, the state is going to publish one November Bravo at this time.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7357. What's the address to emergency? This is Atlanta. This is 911. What is the address to your emergency?
The address is 50 Mount Tanya Road, Southwest. Apartment Y5.
I can't. Apartment 15.
Y5.
Y5. Do you need fire, police, or ambulance? Police. What is your name? David Goodman. David, what's your phone number?
Your Honor, I'm just briefly needing the phone number.
That's fine.
Is there a gate code, sir? No gate code. No gate code. Okay. All right. Let's see. And what's the name of the apartment, sir? Crystal Apartments. You said Crystal Apartments? Yeah. Okay. What's going on out there, sir? I just heard a bunch of shooting. I'm not sure if it was aimed at my apartment, but it sounded like it was aimed over at our apartment. Okay. I just want to make sure. Did you call already, sir? Because it's showing that we did get calls in reference to this. No, this is my first time calling. Okay, yes, sir. We did get a call about. Do you want to speak to the police when they come out? Yeah. Okay. And let me confirm. You said you are in Y 5, correct? Yes. All right. We'll get help out to you, sir. Okay. All right.
Ms. Knight. And Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 November Delta.
All right.
Ms. Latner's is 1 November Delta the CAD report that was related to the first CAD report we discussed with the jury?
Yes.
And what are the last three on this incident number for this CAD?
0456.
Did this come before or after the first CAD report we discussed?
After.
What is the location for this CAD?
Is advised Oak Drive and Pendleton Circus Southwest.
And what was the call type and description?
Shot fired.
Is it the same zone?
Yes.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did this 911 call come in?
0436 a.m. hours.
And what time did officers arrive?
0457 a.m. hours.
Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see the CAD narrative remarks?
He advised multiple shots fired in the area, no further.
And then is that last line at 4:48:56 a.m. reference the first CAD we discussed?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's at the very top or near the top on the front page. What is the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12.
Is that an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Was there also a 911 call that corresponded with this CAD report, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish 1 November echo at this time.
All right.
Atlanta 911, I'm 37087. What is the address? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, ma'am. It sounds like you're whispering.
Yeah, because it just woke me up. There's a shooting going on in my neighborhood, and it sounds like it's coming from Oak Drive.
Oak Drive and what other cross street?
Pennington, Old Hateville.
All right, how many shots did you hear?
It was a round, and then it sounded like it was another gun that was weaker than the first round, that about 5-7 shots, and then there was a second gun that was going off, and that was about 3 or 4.
Okay, did you hear anything else besides the shots being fired? Any vehicles speeding away?
No,
Anyone yelling?
No, just the shots.
Okay, we'll get someone out there to check the area.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Stop at 1 minute and 21 seconds. No further questions from the state, Ms. Lattner. Thank you.
Any defense questioning?
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. I'm Attorney D. Williams. I'm going to be very brief. I know you want to go.
Yes.
So looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact information of 911 callers?
Say that again.
Looking at the CAD reports, do officers have access to the contact of the 911 callers?
Most of the time, officer want to talk to the caller, he would ask his dispatch to call the caller back.
And do all the 911 calls go over the radio or just to dispatch?
The 911 calls goes to dispatch. Dispatch the officer out.
Okay.
Two different sections.
Two different ones? Okay, thank you. And then upon the request from the DA's office, your office turned over all the records regarding this incident?
Yes.
And all calls that require an officer on scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
Say that again.
All calls that require, I guess, are dispatched to a scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
The 911 call creates the CAD report for calls to come through 911. If an officer pulled out on a call, their dispatcher will create a CAD report for them.
Thank you, Ms. Latners.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Oh, help me.
All right, let's not comment on the various attorneys.
Hello. How long do 911 calls preserve?
Well, since Atlanta take over 1 million calls a year, our system can only hold so much. So the system purge out the 911 calls itself. We don't purge it out. The system does that.
How long does it, when you say purge, you're saying call on January 1, 2015, let's say, excuse me, January 11th, 12:04 a.m. January 11th, 2015, 12:04 a.m. How long will that call last?
We should hold the call. 911 should hold the audio for at least 3 to 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
Years.
So in my January 11th, 12:04 a.m.
What year?
2015.
We will not have.
We're going up to approximately 2019,
We'll have 2019.
and then it's gone.
2015, we don't even have that system anymore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect?
Your Honor, one question. Ms. Latners, would CAD reports and 911 audios, are they subject to FOIA request?
Are they subject to what?
To Freedom of Information Act request?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All righty, any recross?
Do you know whether Mr. Jeffrey Williams was arrested on May 9th, 2022 in this case?
I can't answer that.
Do you know whether May 9th, 2022 is after January 11th, 2019?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you are excused.
I can leave.
You can leave. No idea whether they'll have you back again or not, but call your next witness. Yeah.
next witness has got the first initial of M and the last name initial of S.
All right, thank you. Last name, right? Last name.
Yes.
We ready? This is, yes. Thank you. I can't see what's on that screen, so. Thanks. We're ready. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat. I want you to state your first initial and your last name, and spell your last name. Okay? Into that mic.
My first initial start with an M. My last name SMITH.
Say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 23.
And can you tell the jurors, did you grow up in the Atlanta area?
Yes.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Forest Hill and Maynard.
Okay. And back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors where you were working?
McDonald's on Moreland.
Okay. And what were your hours or the shift that you typically worked?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions about people you may have known or may have known back in February of 2019. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Miss Tahira Hartfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you know her?
I grew up with her. I went to school with her. She was a friend back then.
Okay. And are you guys the same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said you grew up with her. You went to school with her. How many years would you say that you knew her?
From like the 5th grade to probably up to that time.
Okay. So 5th grade up until at least February of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, did you call her by her first name or did she have a nickname?
I mean, she had a nickname, but I call her by both.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors the times that you called her by her nickname, what was it?
Brazy.
Okay.
But I rarely called her that because I don't know her by that.
Okay. Did other people, when you guys were hanging out with your other friends, call her by that nickname?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an Instagram back in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did Miss Hartsfield, did she have one?
Yes.
Okay. And were you friends with her on Instagram? Were you familiar with her Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you. I'm sorry about that. I want you to look at State's Exhibit 21 and 22 in, okay?
Yes.
And by looking at those, can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibits 21 NN and 22 NN?
Yes.
Okay, and then let's talk about first 21 NN. What is State's Exhibit 21 NN a picture of?
Tahira Hartfield.
Okay, and is that her Instagram account that she had back in February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And in 22 NN, can you tell the jurors, Do you recognize that one?
Yes,
And how do you recognize the picture in 22NN?
this me.
It's you?
Yes,
And is it your Instagram account back in February of 2019?
yes.
Okay. And does both 21NN and 22NN represent the Instagram account for your friend, Miss Hartsfield, as well as yourself back in February of 2019?
Yes.
At this time out of the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 21NN and 22NN.
M or N?
N, I'm sorry.
All right, Nancy. Those are admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors back in February of 2019, did you know anyone by the nickname Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors, how did you know Little Rod?
I met him through Tahira.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you know Little Rod's real name?
No.
Okay. Did you always call him Little Rod?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you know somebody by the nickname of Bally?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you know the male whose nickname was Bally?
I was introduced by Tahira through both of them. I met them through her.
Okay. And do you remember, if we're talking about in relation to the shooting in February of 2019, how long, I guess, had you known the males with the nickname Bally and Little Rod?
I had just met them within that same month.
Within that same month?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, the male that you knew as the nickname Bally, did you know his real name?
Demine. But I'm like learned it from the stuff
Okay.
that's going on now. Yeah.
Okay. So did you know his last name back in 2019?
No.
Okay. So you just knew him by his nickname as
Yeah.
Bally.
I met them through her, so I didn't know them personally.
Okay. And you said you met him in the same month. Can you tell the jurors within that month how many times had you hung out with Bally and Lil Rod?
I mean, that first day I seen them, from that day, like the second day, we was going over there to Blaylock them house every night. Like, it was never a dull moment. Like, we was having fun. So when that situation occurred, it was just like came out of nowhere.
Okay. And you said you would go to whose house and hang out and have fun
Blaylock.
and chill?
Blaylock.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many times do you think that you went to Blaylock's or
I'm not
Bally's
sure.
house?
I'm not sure.
Okay. More than once?
Yeah, it was more than one.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to go to the person you knew by the name of Lil Rod?
I mean, we all just used to be right there at Blaylock house.
Okay. And do you remember, I know it's been some time, where or what general area that Blaylock's house was?
I just knew it was on Cleveland. I'm not familiar with over there because I don't hang over there. I just went to school over there. I was introduced to over there by them. I don't hang over there. I don't know nothing about Cleveland for real.
Okay. And you said off of Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the times that you spent with Lil Rod and Bally, can you tell the jurors in your interactions with them, did they tell you they were in a gang?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember the detectives after this incident asking you if you knew if Lil Rod and Bally were in a gang?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that both Lil Rod and Bally were members of the YSL gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some other people that you may have known back in 2019. Did you know a male named BJ?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know his real name?
Bernard.
Okay. And how did you meet Bernard, or the person whose nickname was BJ?
I was long time friends with him. Like, he used to come over my house and stuff. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Okay. Was he friends with Miss Brazy?
I mean, I really don't know. I could just only speak for me, but we all was around each other one time, yeah.
Okay. So I guess a better question is, did you and Ms. Brazy and Mr. BJ, did you guys all hang out fairly often?
She didn't used to be with us, but when I used to hang with him, like I used to see him in apartments and stuff like that. It was like a hey and bye situation.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back on February 23rd of 2019, did you work that day on the night of the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you work your regular shift or the hours that you talked about today, 3 to 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors after your shift at McDonald's was over, what did you do next?
I went home, took a shower, and I was there like really the whole house was asleep. My mom, she was up and out. Like my sister, them, she was downstairs asleep. Everybody kept really telling me not to go out the door and go out the house with her that night. But me, I just wanted to be hard headed, go with my friend, have fun. I went with my friend, and that's what went down.
Okay. And when you say go out of the house with her, who are you referring to?
I was with her, and we got in the car with Leroy.
So who's her?
Brazy, Tyra.
And so when you got home from work, was Brazy already at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why was she at your house?
Because she was homeless, and she was already like asking me could she stay there and stuff. But my mom had already been telling me like she had to go prior to that because I guess she was doing stuff or giving them little signs when I was at work about what was going to go on and stuff like that. So my mom told me she had to go, but she was staying with me.
Okay. And you said you guys were leaving the house. Who picked you up?
Leroy.
And can you tell the jurors if you got off from work around 11, you went home, what time would you say you left your house that you live with your mom and Miss Brazy?
I can't really remember what time we left.
Okay. Do you think you, after you got home from work, that you were home for an hour or 2 hours or longer?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what kind of car Lil Rob picked you up in?
Yes, it was a van.
It was a van?
Yes.
Remember what color?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I should have asked you this earlier, so I apologize. The people you're referring to as Little Rod and Bally, were they, do you know if they were around your same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you go to school with either one of them?
I'm not sure. I was introduced to them by her. Like, I didn't know them like that.
Okay. When you say her, who are you referring to?
Tahira.
Okay. Now, after Lil Rob picked you guys up, can you tell the jurors, where did you go next?
I can't really remember.
Okay. What was the plans that night after you were leaving your mom's house?
I know, okay, we pulled up to Bally House. We got out the car. We went in the house and stuff like that. We in the house. I was talking to Blaylock then. Boom. After that, we went downstairs, played the game. I dozed off. In the midst of me dozed off, I hear Tahira on the phone saying, pull up, we finna do one. Do one mean fuck.
Okay. Let's not tell me what anybody said. So you talk faster than any of us in the courtroom, okay? So let's just back up just a second. So you keep saying Blaylock and Bally. Is that the same person?
No.
Okay. So
yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. So the person you know is Bally is his real name or the name he was given at birth. His last name Blaylock. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that y'all went from your house when Little Rob picked you up. You went to Bally's house. Is that what you said? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember, I guess, where the general area where Mr. Bally's house was?
I just knew it was some apartments. I don't remember, but I kind of do. Like, if I go there, I remember, but I don't really remember.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you know or do you remember, you talked earlier about where you knew that Little Rod's house where he lived was off Cleveland. Do you know if the apartments you just described where Bally lived was close to the Cleveland house that you described where Lil Rod lives?
Yeah, they stayed across the street from each other.
Okay. Now, when you got to Bally's house, was it still just you, Miss Brazy, Lil Rod, and Bally? Was anybody else there?
I'm not sure. I just knew it was us four though.
Okay. And you said once you got there, you dozed off? Yes?
Yeah, I went to sleep, and after that, I heard like
Well,
I hear her.
don't tell me what anyone said. You
I heard her in the background. Boom. After that, I heard what she said. I got up. In the midst of me getting up, Blaylock attacked me. I went out the door. I see a Dodge blue Charger pulling up. Next thing you know, I went to the car because BJ rolled down his window, and he was like, "Mariah, where they at?" He was asking me where somebody was. Boom. After that, me and him was talking about going to do like get some weed or whatever. Boom. After that,
hold on one second. Miss Smith. So
yes,
you said there was a conversation. Was Miss Brazy, was she talking to somebody in the room or was she talking on the phone?
she was never outside with me.
No.
When I went out the door.
When you
Oh, she was over the phone. Yes, she was over the phone.
conversation that woke you up was with Miss Brazy on the phone with was it a male or a female?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
And you said then you went outside and there was a blue Charger. Gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you know anyone did you know a blue Charger was going to pull up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you got outside and the blue Charger was there, did you recognize anyone inside the Charger?
Only BJ.
Okay. And was it just BJ in the car, or were there other people in the car?
It was two other people in the car, but I didn't know them.
Okay.
Never seen them.
Okay. Was this the first time you met him? Yes.
Yes.
And do you ever get into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got into the car, did you get introduced to, you said there was two other people in the car? Yes.
I mean, I can't really remember. I don't know. I just know we was all in the car
Okay.
and we drove to the other side.
Was BJ driving? Was he in the passenger seat?
BJ was driving.
Okay. And do you know who was in the front seat when you got in?
Jamari.
Okay. And who was seated in the back seat with you?
Brazy was by the door. I was in the middle, and little boy Red was on the other side.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So you said that you went outside and you met BJ and the people you met that night as Jamari and Red. Can you tell the jurors, when does Brazy enter into the picture? When does she come outside?
She came outside when I got in the car.
Okay. And did she also get into the car?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Where in the car did she sit?
She sat by the door. I was in the middle.
Okay. So was she in the back with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell the jurors when everyone's in the car, where are you guys going next?
I guess we was going to get weed.
Okay.
After that, we pulled over there, whatever she led them to, some apartments I never been in. I'm sitting in the car for a little minute. Next thing you know, she get out the car. She leaves. She come back and get me as soon as I got the car.
Hold on, before we get there. So how far did you go from where BJ in the blue Charger picked you up and took you to buy some weed? How far was that trip?
I mean, it was across the street, literally across the street.
And I think I heard you say that Ms. Brazy directed BJ where to go? Yes?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you guys got there, do you remember inside the car, did you or anybody else give anyone any money to purchase marijuana?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. And so once you get there, can you tell the jurors, do you all go inside to an apartment or?
No, she get out the car first. Then next thing you know, she come back and get me out the car, and the car just got shot up all of a sudden. But when we get out the car and we started running, I seen Blaylock and Leroy running towards the car, like literally shooting the car. I saw them.
Okay. And had you ever been, you said this was an apartment complex. Had you ever been there before?
Never.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked. That's States Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, through 19, and as in Nancy. N as in Nancy. All right, let's start with States Exhibits 10, 11, and 12, and N, okay? Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
Because this were right here on this thing, I can't really.
Well,
know.
don't show us.
Okay.
You can
Have you-
show it to Mr. Abbasi who's questioning you, just don't show it to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. I remember this right here because this where we was parked at. This the breezeway I ran down to go in the back with Tahira. We was in the bushes, hiding right here until Lorette came to get us. She led us through a cut. We got in the car with him. They took me back to Blaylock House.
Let me ask you this question. In States Exhibits 10, NN through 13, NN, do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex that you described where you guys stopped to buy marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time around the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 10 through 13, NN. and
Those
tab.
are admitted.
Okay. Now I want to show you States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15, and can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize the photographs in States Exhibits?
This the car that we was in that pulled up.
Okay, and is that vehicle or that's depicted in States Exhibits 14 through 16 and fairly and accurately depict the blue Charger that picked you up that night?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 14 NN through 16 NN.
Those are admitted.
Okay, so you said you did recognize and the vehicle depicted in States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15 NN fairly and accurately depict the Charger that picked you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 13 through 15 NN.
14 through 16 or 13 through 15?
I misspoke. It is.
All right, those are admitted. 14 through 16, right?
It's 13 through 15. I apologize.
Okay, so what was, I thought it was 10 through 13 the first time around. Was it only 10 through 12?
I apologize. I
That's
got
okay.
confused this late now. It's so 10 through 12 NN
Okay.
are the maps.
All right.
And then the cars 13.
Okay, those are all admitted.
Okay, so I want to put up on the screen in front of you here in a second, States Exhibit 10 NN, okay?
Okay.
And it's going to pop up right in the computer right in front of you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
being put up. Ms. Smith, could you tell me, so you said you guys parked, the car parked?
Mhm.
Yes? Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
And how long was Ms. Brazy, how long was she gone from the car when she left to go to the apartment?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, was it a few minutes? Was it an hour?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Okay, and you said she came back?
Mhm.
And can you tell the jurors, when she came back, why did she come back?
When she came back, she got me out the car. As soon as I got the car got shot up.
Okay, and why they are pulling that up on the screen, I want to show you State Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. All right, so while that's getting put up there, can you tell me, do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19? And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those photographs?
Cause that's the breezeway we ran down.
Okay, do those exhibits, the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19 and fairly and accurately depict, I guess, the apartment complex and the, bless you, the breezeway you said that you guys ran after the shooting started?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as 17 NN through 19 NN.
Is admitted.
All right. Okay. So can you show the jurors, do you see the red line that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 10 NN?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see where it starts near the parking spaces?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that where the car parked, the Charger that you guys were in when you arrived?
I'm not sure what spot, but it was somewhere right there.
Okay, was it in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, after the shooting started, you saw Lil Rod and Bally, I guess, come running at the car, shooting at the car, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you kind of show the jurors the area which you saw them come running towards the vehicle with guns?
I mean, I really don't remember when I ran through the breezeway. I just knew I seen them.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember.
And in 18 and can you tell the jurors, is this the breezeway that you're talking about as soon as it comes up? Do you see the breezeway?
Yes.
And is it the area in the middle of State's Exhibit 18 and where there's an opening with stairs?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said you ran through that breezeway, and where did you go?
And some bushes with tire.
Okay, and the bushes, in relation to, I guess, the building that we're looking at, where you ran through the breezeway, where is this, I guess, the area with the bushes in the field?
I mean, the bushes was right there, literally, in the back. Like, as soon as we ran through the breezeway, the bushes was right there. It was a field in the bushes.
And in State Exhibit 10 NN, which will be in front of you in 2 seconds, can you kind of show the jurors, orient them kind of where you ran through the breezeway and past the buildings?
I mean, I'm assuming these the bushes right here.
Well, I don't want you to assume. So can you kind of circle the area or point to the area on the photograph?
You can't see it on the screen?
Oh, okay, your screen isn't interactive. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk over here, okay? And I want you to tell me where to stop. So if this is the breezeway and you ran through it.
The bushes right there.
These bushes? So the bushes at the top left-hand corner of State's Exhibit 10NN?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to those the bushes or the area where the bushes were by yourself?
No, I was with Tahir. I ran in the bushes with her.
And you said you ran towards those bushes because you heard and saw Lil Rod and Bally shooting at the Charger.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors how many shots did you hear?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you hear one shot, two shot?
Multiple.
Okay, more than 10?
I'm not sure. I just know I heard shots.
Okay. And how long did you guys kind of, I guess, wait or stay in the bushes?
Not for long. Like after it happened, she led me through a cut with her, and we got in the car.
Okay. And prior to kind of going, I guess, through the cut into the car you just talked about, can you tell the jurors, as the shots are being fired at the Charger, who's inside of it?
BJ, Jamari, and Red.
Okay. And as the shots are kind of ringing out and being fired towards the car, can you tell the jurors, do you see the Charger that BJ, Jamari, and the person you knew as Red were in? Does it stay there or does it move?
It stopped. The car stopped, and only 2 people got out.
Okay. And when you say it stopped, how far did it get from the area you described where you guys had parked?
I'm not really sure. I just know I seen the car after.
Okay.
When we was in the bushes and stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you saw the car after when you guys were in the bushes, do you see anybody get out of the car?
Only 2 people.
Okay. And do you, at the time the 2 people get out of the car, do you know who it is?
BJ and Red.
Okay. And
I didn't know at that time, but now I know.
Okay. So at that time, you only knew 2 people got out of the car.
I never knew who they was though.
Okay. And you said you guys were in the bushes for a little while, and then you said your friend Miss Brazy, she led you through a cut. Yes.
Yes.
And how far, I guess, from the bushes, or how long does it take you to get from the bushes and through the cut to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it a long walk?
I mean, I really can't remember like that. It's been so long.
Okay. And once you said, how did the car know, I guess, to where to pick you up?
I don't know. I was following her.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Lil Rod.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was it the same car that Lil Rod had picked you up in earlier that night from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got in the car, who was in it?
Just Lil Rod, me, and Tahir. That's it.
Okay. And where did you, Lil Rod, Miss Brazy, and you, where did y'all go next?
They took me back to Blaylock house.
Okay.
And we was there. They left, locked me in the basement, and went back to the scene.
Okay. And you said they locked you in a basement. Why did they lock you in the basement?
I don't know.
Okay. How long were they gone?
I mean, I'll say like 30 minutes at the most because the mom came in. She was screaming and stuff. It's like she knew what was going on. And she locked me back inside the basement. After that.
Whose mom?
Blaylock.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, she was in a rage. She was looking for her son.
Okay. And did the time that you, I guess, are locked in the basement, did you have a phone?
Yes, I found like a little phone in there. I called my mom. I called her 2 times, but she never told me that no police was at her house right then. After that, I called my grandma. My grandma told me to call my mama back. I called my mama. My mama yelling and screaming, homicide at her door at this point. I tell my mom where I'm at. At this point, I'm scared. I really don't know what to do. I didn't tell them that I talked to my mom when they came back. They just kept telling me that we was going to the basketball court. They come back. I played like I ain't talked to nobody or nothing. We all get ready to go out the house. The police pull up. Everybody take out running except me.
Now, you said you found a phone in the basement to use. Did you have a phone that night? Your own phone?
No, I didn't have no phone. No.
Where was it?
I mean, I didn't have my particular phone on me. I don't even think I had a phone
Okay.
at that moment.
And when you got back to Bally's house, and before they leave you in the basement, is Bally and Little Rod, is there any conversation about what just happened?
Yeah, like they was getting calls from people. People was telling them about
Speculation, hearsay.
And let me I'll ask a more direct question, okay? So, and I should have asked you this first. So, when you guys get to Bally's house, is he already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you three go back, I guess you, Miss Brazy, and Lil Rod, you all go down to the basement. Is that where Bally is? Yes? Okay, so I just want to ask you these direct questions. So what do you hear Little Rod and Bally discussing about what happened with the shooting?
I mean, I really don't know what to say because they keep saying objection every time I say something. So I really don't know.
All right, I get it.
You don't worry about what they say. Just stop, and then if he asks you another question, unless you hear objection again, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
Just tell me what Bally and Little Rod say. Don't tell me what anybody else said, okay?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Do they say, well, let me ask you this. Are they talking about the shooting of the Charger?
Yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I mean, I just hear Blaylock saying, "Oh man, I ain't know that was him." This and the third.
Okay, and does Little Rod say anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and as they continue to talk, would you say they're kind of bragging about the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then how long, I guess you guys, let me back up. You said you're going, when they get back, you said you go to a basketball court?
We didn't never make it there
Okay. And why didn't you ever make it there?
because the police came.
Okay. And you said when the police came, everybody else ran?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go with the police
Yes.
anywhere from, I guess, the area where the basketball court is?
Yes, I went with them.
All right. And where do you go?
Down to homicide investigation.
Okay. And do you remember, do you speak with a Detective Hogan and a Detective Casey?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, I guess, are talking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, does your sister, I guess, come down to APD
Yes.
headquarters?
Yes, she did.
And when you first begin to talk with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, is it just you and the two of them in the room?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. And tell me this, when you initially start, I guess, answering the questions that the detectives have for you, can you tell the jury, are you honest? Do you tell them the truth about what happened that night?
I mean, at first I was kind of shook up. I kind of lied a couple of times, but when my sister came in there, I felt more comfortable and told the truth.
Okay. And do you, I guess, kind of tell them a series of stories and lies about what you knew happened with the shooting of Jamari?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And why do you tell them several different stories or different lies as they're questioning you?
Because I was scared.
Response.
Self-serving what?
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
Could you ask me again?
So why don't you tell them the truth as they continue to ask you questions?
Because I was scared. I was feared. I never been in nothing like that. I don't even get in trouble. I don't even have a record. So,
What were you scared of?
I mean, life. Things go on.
Now, you said your sister They let your sister eventually come in the room with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when she comes into the room, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why do you feel, or do you begin to tell them what you told the jury that you saw Bally and Lil Rod do to your friends inside the blue Charger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about your sister being in the room, I guess, makes you feel more comfortable to tell the truth?
Yes.
What about her being in the room?
I mean, I felt more comfortable
Okay. Why?
because that's my sister. She was there with me.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the speaking with the detectives, are you able to give them like the Instagram names or usernames for Little Rod and Bally?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you, I guess, do you look up Lil Rod's Instagram and give them pictures
Yes.
or show them pictures? Okay. Let's see. So I want to show you in States Exhibits 23 NN and 24 NN. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Because that's Lil Rod.
Okay. And are those the photos of Little Rod that you showed and sent to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict or are copies of the photos that you showed and gave both Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 23 and 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy.
That's your minute.
All right, so I want to publish those photos. Now, in States Exhibit 23, is this how I guess, how Little Rod looked back in February of 2019?
Yes. I'm not sure if that's how he looked, but that was a picture of him.
Okay. And is that the same with States Exhibit 24, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in both of those photos, person you've described as Little Rod is holding a gun?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the guns that you see in either one of those photos, does it look similar to the gun that you saw Little Rod with on?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar what type of guns they had.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, we just talked about the guns. Can you describe to the jurors, do you remember telling the detectives or describing for the detectives I guess the type of guns or the size of the guns that you saw that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember describing,
Sustained.
well, during that interview on February 23rd of 2019, do you remember describing, I guess, the length of one of the guns that you saw Little Rod with?
I'm not sure.
Okay, overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't remember describing for Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod with a long gun?
I probably did. It's been so long. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not sure for real.
And do you remember specifically talking about the statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally saying after they got back to, or after y'all got to Bally's house? Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember telling the specific statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally talking about at Bally's house to detectives on February 23rd of 2019 during that interview?
I don't remember.
So do you don't remember telling Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you heard Little Rod say, "We really just popped them N-words"? Do you remember?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Bally, you heard Bally say, "Hell yeah, one."
I asked for a limiting instruction. It's not going D2E. This is spilling beans. I would object. Anything used against Mr. Wood.
I don't know what the full thing is going to be.
I mean, I don't object to I guess the limiting instruction we've been giving as it relates to any statements previously made by any previous co-defendants.
I don't think that was exactly his objection. Y'all come up to the bench real fast for me.
You know. Okay.
I had to take a break to look at these comments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've already told you a couple of times that sometimes witness comes in a testimony evidence only comes in for a limited purpose or against only particular people. And this is another one of those circumstances. So you have just heard and are going to hear about statements by Blaylock and defendant Ryan. And you may consider those statements only against defendant Ryan and only as to count one. You may not consider either of the statements from Blaylock or Ryan as to any other count, and you may not consider them in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any of the other defendants in this case besides Mr. Ryan is to count one. Okay. All right, let's get the witness back in. I wish we'd done that beforehand, but yes. Okay, so I just referenced, sorry, are you ready? I just referenced statements by Blaylock and Defendant Ryan, and what the court means to say is that according to this witness, statements were made, the court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact made, whether they exist or not. Okay, obviously it's up for you to determine all of the evidence in the case. So, okay. Back with the witness. All right, go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Smith, we think we left off. Do you remember talking to and telling the detectives that you had then heard Bally, the person you've called Bally or Blaylock, say, hell yeah, one of them N-words dead twin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 20, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. And do you recognize the photograph depicted in 20 NN?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that photo?
There was a little boy that was shot in the car.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the person you met that night is Jamari in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit, what did I say, 22 NN? 20 NN, I'm sorry.
20 NN, it's admitted.
Now, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you set up BJ, Jamari, and Red to be shot that night?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Bally and Little Rod were going to come running out, shooting at the Charger with BJ, Jamari, and Red?
No.
After all of this happened, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you fear for your life after this?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
Because my mama's house got shot up multiple times. I was working, I was receiving threats. People went to my sister's job. It was just a lot of stuff that happened pertaining to this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness? No, we need to go ahead and get moving on this. So it's time.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I represent Rodalius Ryan. And I'm going to talk to you about what you testified to at the trial in September 2021. Do you remember testifying?
I kind of don't.
You don't remember?
No,
Do you
I don't.
That's fine. Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right. I think we're going to break here for the day and start back again at 9. So I'm going to excuse y'all with your same instructions as always.
What?
See y'all in the morning. Bye.
And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry.